And hopefully my audio is better than yesterday. Look at him go. Oh, that's a good pumpkin. Fairly important question that you missed. Oh, shoot. Hang on. Let's see. By the way, don't mean to backseat, but there is a choice that'll happen fairly early on that has a similar thing to Kingdom Hearts, where they don't tell you what the choice actually does. So if it's all right to help explain that, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, especially if it's like a difficulty setting kind of thing, like Kingdom Hearts. If it's pertaining to something like that, yeah, definitely. I don't want to get fucked over by some like vague bullshit. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be cool. All right, let's get this started, and hopefully the volume settings. Son of a bitch. The volume settings from the test carried over. If not, I think I set it at 5, and that was fine. Because this game is loud as shit. I might be monkeying around just a little bit.
Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there. Wondering, fearing,
yeah, that'd be why.
Doubting.
There it is. All right, I'm just moving stuff around in my setup. My bad. Yo, it's the Skeleman.
Nintendo.
That's much scarier. Me playing a Nintendo game.
You too will come to understand fear as I have.
Silicon Knights. I'll change to red. Actually, that does help a lot. Blue names are very hard to see because I use dark mode. The first M-rated game Nintendo ever published. Hey, that's a neat little factoid. Ah, the stock whisper.wav. Armored Skeleman, space stuff, ancient runes. I gotta say, this game looks pretty damn good for the time. What was this, early 2000s? Well, that's an OSHA violation. You gotta clean your tools, dude. Can't have bugs in there. I'd say it holds up to me, at least. I mean, it doesn't look bad. I like it. Ooh, there we go. And how's the audio for everyone? Like, is my audio, like, is the game a little overpowering, bearing in mind that this is, like, fairly quiet background noise at this point? Everything is an OSHA violation. Sounds great. Fine form, audio fine so far. Great, sounds fine to me. Okay. Fine for the most part. Why most part? Is the game a little loud? Because if it is, I assure you it's only probably going to get louder. I say the audio is fairly even. Perhaps the game is a slightest bit lower, but as is, I'd say it's fine. I do want the game a little bit lower. Especially considering this is, like, background noise. You know what I mean? You know, because, like, if the crickets are loud, the elephant's going to be much louder. I'll drop it down to 4 for now, and we'll see. Just because I anticipate the volume getting much louder. And go ahead, 40s TV Ghost Man, but HD. Hell yeah. Starting the game. Ah, yes, this must be the decision he mentioned. The memory card.
If this is your first time playing Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, it is recommended that you review your game settings in order to provide the optimum gaming experience. Would you like to go to the options page and adjust your game settings now?
Oh, sure. Ooh. I like the font. Subtitles on. Holy shit. I'm actually glad I did this. That's fine. Rumble feature, sure. Volume adjustment. Hey, in-game volume adjustment, always welcome. Brightness adjust. Let's see.
We recommend that you adjust your TV before using these controls. Adjusting the brightness here may result in loss of color definition.
Let's see if we go. Oh. Oh, I see how it's working now. Blinded by the light. And then spooky darkness. That actually looks perfect. The lowest setting looks great. Yeah, that's fine. I like that. Yeah, sure. All right. One more thing I need to set up. I'm gonna get my stream deck ready because I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of tense moments that will require an echoed fart. I feel like that'll be especially necessary for this. I want to go into a horror game prepared, you see. All right, test. Okay, I think we're good. Those are some good farts.
Memory card slot A.
Game access failed. The game file could not be opened because one does not exist on the memory card. In order to save your progress, a new game file must be created. The game file will require 15 free blocks. Oh my god, yes. Not gonna do this all in one go, probably. Okay. It just gave me a little prompt saying, we just fucked with your computer. We have your IP address now. Nothing says spooky like good old echo fart to kill you. Yes. As if someone gently rapping at my chamber door. Gay. Ah, it's Alex Jones again. He's going to accuse me of being a crisis actor. All right, memory card slot A. Don't care. Let's go.
Flesh.
Yes.
Bone.
Yeah.
Bound together with the oddest magical incantation. This wretched book is where it all began so long ago. Before time. Before
Here I thought it was
humanity.
tendons.
I am Dr. Edward Roivas. I am a clinical psychologist. I am also dead. This is not my story, nor even the story of the Roivas family. It is the story of humanity. Like it or not, believe it or not, as you will. Your perceptions will not change reality, but simply color it. Humanity has been on the edge of extinction for 2 millennia, ignorant of so much and dependent on so few. The Guardians grow restless. Their time once again near.
Who's this guy sound
Whether by
like?
fate or misfortune, my family has crossed their path, and they didn't take kindly to it. Their attention turns to my granddaughter, for she is the last of my line, and the last hope for humanity.
It us. Ooh. Oh, sweet Jesus. I wasn't prepared. Rude. What? Whoa! Okay. It's the A button. Gotcha. Very odd combat. Okay, they're just throwing us right in. Whoa. I was trying to figure out who the guy sounded like. I know it's not him, but it's a narrator guy. He played character in Rick and Morty. Usually does like nature documentaries. He was also in Mandalorian.
Hello?
Miss Alexandra Roivas?
Seattle at night.
Yeah,
That is
who's
scary.
this?
This is Inspector LaGrasse of the Rhode Island Police.
I have like no
sorry
issue
to
with Seattle.
disturb
Why would I
you,
say
but
that?
There's been an accident with your grandfather.
I'll be
He's
on the
pissed
next
the
flight
bed.
out.
Please, hurry. It's everywhere. Rhode Island. Ugh, that is scary. Fuck that.
Ah, Miss Roivas.
The roads are worse than New
I'm
York.
pleased to meet you. I trust you had a pleasant trip?
Yes, I suppose so, considering.
Yes, my condolences. This is most unpleasant.
You know, the expressions aren't
It's
half
a
bad.
shame we couldn't meet under brighter circumstances.
Yes, it is. Can we get this over with, please?
Of course, this way. But I must warn you, it's not a pleasant sight. I'm afraid there's not much to see.
You see your grandfather, he was 2 feet tall. Oh! That's not much to see, huh?
Miss Roivas, is that your grandfather, Edward?
Yes.
That's his sheet, all right.
He's wearing our family ring.
Could be someone else wearing it. Let's look under the sheet.
I don't understand.
We're mentally
Why are
fine.
you showing me this? Can't you check dental records or something? What is wrong with you?
Right? What the fuck? It's a good point, actually.
I'm sorry. It's my job.
Usually you
lady.
identify
You're
in the
only
morgue
living
when the body's been
relative,
cleaned
and
up.
No, we can't check dental records. There's no head.
Oh.
None of this makes sense. There's no sign of intrusion, and
Blood
there was
sample,
certainly
then,
a lot of
Jesus.
force used here. I have never seen anything like this in my 20 years on the force. We have no evidence except for the body.
That's
And
Ophelia
what's
from
left
Brutal
doesn't
Legend?
say
Oh,
much.
sweet.
Ugh, we don't have a single clue.
Well, you better find out who did this. I'm not leaving Rhode Island until you do. There must be some clue in this old mansion revealing what happened. I want answers.
So do I. I wish I had some.
Shouldn't you be in Gotham impeding Batman's progress? Shocked by her grandfather's mysterious death and frustrated at the incompetence of the local police, Alex vows to uncover the truth. She decides to search the mansion, the place where Edward conducted his research. If there was a tie to his past and possibly a tie to his murderer, it would be here. I can't read. Okay. I'm gonna figure out the name of the guy that I'm thinking of, because this is driving me insane. Okay. He was in Mandalorian. I think I can find that a little easier, because Rick and Morty has like a billion characters. Mandalorian IMDb cast. Okay. It was Werner Herzog. That's his name. Werner Herzog. That's who the narrator sounded like. It sounded like him desperately trying to cover his accent. Frustrated by the incompetence of the local police. Only the local? Look, we're frustrated with all of them, but right now we're focusing on this guy. The guy from Batman the Animated Series, Director Bullock. He's an asshole, but he's got a very enjoyable voice. Very similar to Phil from Hercules. It's driving me insane. Oh, Jeff, what an apt expression to use while playing this game. I'm going to name that guy Blinky, by the way. Guy blinking on the left there. I'm a BRB. You BR all the Bs. This function allows the current character to ready a weapon. God, I got a mustache hair that's like curled up and it's driving me crazy. I'm sure I'll need that later. Second floor key. Hey, this is pretty smooth. Wait, we got combat. Hang on. What else can we do? As we follow our main hero with Tourette syndrome. Yeah. Open door. Where does this go? Ooh, cozy. What the hell is that? Oh. Rude.
In the warm glow of candlelight, the Roivus family tree hangs from the wall. That's not the only thing hanging, clearly. Shadows flitter across its surface, obscuring the detail. If one looks closely, the family's secrets are revealed.
Ah, they hanged a guy. Gotcha. Good to know. But can I do both? Would you stop that? So is B the examine button then? Oh, there's the run button. Oh, thank God. If y'all could stop doing that, that'd be great. Anything here? Examine. Return. Okay. I guess nothing. Book? Is book good? Clock is good. Let's see. The looming grandfather clock seems to stand ominously in the corner, gazing on this empty room with an almost patriarchal air. Use left and right to adjust the clock hands. Should Alex adjust the clock hands? Not yet. We don't know what we're doing. Nice. Is there anything on this side? I gotta say, the camera's not the worst either. Nothing here. Okay. What about this side? Anything? It's been so long since I've played, like, one of these types of games for the first time. Look. Y'all, you can't do it at regular intervals. You gotta do it when I'm, like, not expecting it. I think you'll find the camera's actually pretty well behaved. It seems like it so far. See, that seems like secret door territory there. Let's see. Alright, there's only the one door there. I'm gonna keep looking around the first floor for a minute. Just in case. She looks like a bitch. Portraits of the ancestral Roivus line the foyer wall. Oh, line the foyer walls. Their faces reveal a dark, brooding edge. Edgy! There is something about each one that gives the viewer an unsettling feeling. Yeah? What do we got? The hell is this? So I guess we need a sword to stab at that with? A wooden plaque is fastened to the door, taking the place of the lock. A colored sigil is carved into the wood above a wide slot. The slot is just wide enough to insert a narrow blade. You can fit a pretty thick blade through that. I don't know if you've ever seen a blade before, but blades are pretty thin, even on the biggest of swords. Get a freaking Zweihandler or something, like they're those blades are pretty thin. The clock in the downstairs foyer. Oh. Okay. Hey, Clocky.
A beautiful carriage clock. The hands appear to be stuck, yet the clock continues to tick, with the time permanently set to 3:33. There is a key in the back of the clock, presumably for winding it. Should Alex look at the key? Sure. Alex picks up the desk clock and pulls the key from it. However, there is something odd about the key. It isn't for winding it at all. It looks like a dresser key. Okay. Thank you, Tom. I don't mind little nudges like that, by the way. That's fine. Oh, it's Zweihander. I don't know why I keep saying Zweihandler's the person who wields his Zweihand. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I always misread the word, I guess. Because I'm only used to seeing it like tiny Dark Souls text. Oh. Wait, so with that other clock, could I possibly set it to 3:33? Hello, Klockenstein. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Yes. $30, 1, 2, 3. Like, would that be there? How'd I do? Is that it? Or is that 2:33? Hang on. Ah, haven't used analog clocks for so long. Yeah, because it's between the three now. That's right. Not used to video games. Yeah, I'm not used to video games being like that accurate with the clock, actually. I wonder what's in here. Something I'm not prepared for, I wonder. Hey, sword! There we go. And a sketchbook. Well, I gotta say, this study is badass. I'm sure that glowing book is of no importance. What's important are these candles. The small shrine for candles. Their placement appears to be very deliberate, matching the etchings on the table and the wall's illustration. The candles are unlit. Yeah, I gotta say, I find these candles very unlit, very tacky. Detail. A diabolic drawing of a stack of human bodies. Oh. Well, at least they have a hobby. Each one of them cemented into place. What twisted psyche could have executed this drawing? Though disturbing, it is meticulously rendered down to the subtlest detail. The precise anatomy of fractured bones and convulsions of spines and ribs entwine into a mesmerizing sight. I like how they put a normal person next to it for scale. Though I will say, if we're going to be nitpicky, you can figure out where the skulls are on there, the little circular ones, and compare that to the person. Those are some huge-ass bones. An ancient Roman weapon, a gladius, is on display above the fireplace mantle, another token of eclectic junk. Pick it up. Yay, we got the pokey bit. What else we got? Is that a warehouse? Bizarre drawing of a Cyclopean city, its immense architecture bathed in an unnatural fog. The detail is incredible. As Alex studies it, she can almost imagine the city's inhabitants. Cool, cool. I gotta say, the descriptive detail is really nice. A painting of jungle-shrouded building. It seems to be a temple in Asia, perhaps in Thailand or Cambodia. I hear there's a holiday in Cambodia. Let's see. This looks like some kind of mask. The face is serene and composure. No. With a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corners of the mouth and the eyes closed in deep meditation. You see, that's not what I would call that. That is someone with an unexpectedly spicy shit realizing that they're in for the long haul. That's what that face is. It's like, oh, no! Just that sudden dread of like, oh, man, I got it. My break's over in 2 minutes. Come on. Poop jokes, ladies and gentlemen. A large leather-bound antique book rests upon the cluttered desk. Should we read? Fine. Oh, they're gonna read. Oh, thank God. That is someone about to come in, my friend. Oh! Oh, God. I saw a worm enemy from Gauntlet Dark Legacy, from the snow level.
I care. How the knowledge changed me, it will also change you.
Neat.
As you read this, you will come to learn fear as I have. You too will come to understand.
So what you're saying is, reader beware, you're in for a scare. But fancy.
Think that once I could not see beyond the veil.
I'm ahead.
Of
Have
our
a happy
reality,
Halloween, a good week. Hey, you too, man.
to see those who dwell behind. My life now has purpose, for I have learned the frailty of flesh and bone.
I stubbed my
I
toe,
was
you see.
once a fool.
Hey.
Where is Quies Candamest? Where is Conservandine?
They're actually speaking Latin?
Et animus eorum conferma.
Holy
Ut
shit.
ruis
That's
dies sit
impressive.
modo prima multarum, si inceptum conficiamus.
Quam primum, Centurio Augustus. I would like to compliment you once more on your battle tactics.
Boo.
Our enemies did not have a chance. Do you believe that it really exists, Centurion?
I do not doubt our Emperor's beliefs, or his orders. But if we are to retrieve the artifact, then we must be strong. And patient.
Okay. This is the thing. I do not doubt our Emperor's beliefs. Now, if he was our president, I don't think they would let you get away with hypothetical heresy. Oh. It's still cool that it had them speak any Latin. True. Okay, now I am gladiator swordsman. God, he just feels heavy. Good job on the animation for the character and the sound design. Like he actually feels heavy to control. Like it feels labored as hell. Oh, wounded? Oh, tired. Yeah, like even walking. Damn. That's some good shit. Examine. A shaft descends towards the lower level. A ladder is situated on the side of the shaft. Okay. Secret tunnel. A ladder leads into the dank heart. Yo, it's dank, bro! Heart of the labyrinth. Danger lurks beneath, yet Pius's courageous resolve does not buckle. Should Pius climb down the ladder? Yes. I expect many manly minotaurs. Perhaps many mini manly minotaurs. Named Manny. Many manly minotaurs, if you will. Holy fuck, that is really hard to say. Skeleman! You see, I'm gonna wait for you to get here, because I know these motherfuckers are gonna sneak up behind me if I chase you. So bring it on, dude. Come on. Did you know that the Minotaur had an actual name? I knew that, but I never knew what the name was. What was it? In this tomb are people from even before civilization. If you look over there, you'll see dead Flintstone. Would you Die. Stop wriggling. Oh. Oh. That was funny. I don't know why that was funny. Just he got sucked through an ethereal straw. Okay, now I gotta give him the poke. Give him the poke. Nope, he's not ready for pokage. I repeat, he is not ready for pokage. Why didn't we come in here with a shield? We should at least have a buckler. Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware of what this is. I have played at least a video game before. Pokies. Just... His name is kind of referenced in Dante's Inferno, the game, with the Asterian beasts, though they're like giant hybrids of gorillas and bears, based with crocodile skull-like head. Dude, you're making me a little too happy about that. I've been tagged by Tom. Why have you Tom'd me, Tag? Oh, by the way, you will need to manually save in this game. There will be no autosave. Oh, thank you for letting me know. A strange granite block lies on the floor. Cube, defender of the Spookyverse. Well, that's over now. All right, so let's go to... Wait. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Well, it's good I learned this now. The darkness is coming. It is not safe to save right now. What? I don't care who's coming. Oh, this is not actual damage based. It's end of combo based. I see. That seems to be the case. I'm just gonna poke your friend. And pokies. Can I save now? Thank you. Save and continue. All right, so far so good. A strange granite block. I have the strange granite block. I'm so happy about this strange granite block. Yo, this fire is neat as fuck. Also, I think you read past it, but the Minotaur's name is Asterius. Oh, okay. Quite a pretty name that reminds me of the Goetic demon Andromalius. Though it takes the shape of a man carrying a snake with him. Also, he chases and punishes thieves and retrieves their loot from them. I can't remember. Do you watch Hell of a Boss at all? It doesn't, like, humor-wise, I don't know if you would jive with it, but I think you would like the demonic references. Guys, please. There's not enough of me for everyone. Though I get it, you are all skin and bone. I don't watch it, but I know that Stolas is part of the Gosha. Also, I know Maman is referenced on the dollar bills. Oh, that's cool. You sent me a Fizzarelli song a while back, too? Oh, that's right. But yeah, I was specifically thinking of Stolas. They recently had an episode where you get to see him, you know, be not a joke. And it was pretty fucking cool. I'm excited. There's supposed to be a new episode of it tonight. So I'm very excited for that. No spoilers if it's already out and someone has seen it, please. I need this. Pokies. You put your right sword in, you take your right sword out. Clean off all the blood and you put it in your sheath. That's how the border stretches out. Sir. No. No. Bad. Yes.
There's some kind of spooky man calling for me.
Ah. I assume this is what the cubes will be used for. Hello, friends. No. 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 Spooky man. Oh, you got wrecked for your own boy. That's great. Fucking ankle biters. Hey, if I don't poke these guys in time, do they come back up? Oh, they just die. They just die on their own? Why am I poking them then? Get spanked, bro. Poke. Alright, so we got at least 2 of these. Examine. Oh, do I have to manually go in and... use? There we go. No, you just can't retrieve your sanity if you don't finish them off? I'm sorry, there's a sanity system? And that's kind of a neat mechanic, actually. I like that. Alright, we have Greenie, don't we? We do. Also, Mullock has one of the smuggest, most shit-eating grins I've ever seen in a character design, and I absolutely love it. That he wields a regenerative crystal-bladed sword. Yo. The sanity system is one of the things the game's best known for. Unfortunately, it got copyrighted. Oh, you can't copyright a game mechanic. That's dumb. It's like copywriting platforming. Your character jumped from one block to the other. That I don't think you're allowed to do that. Dumb. Anyway, we need purple. It's fucking purple! Oh. Hello, purple. Cube. Oh boy, I sure hope nothing happens to me. Meanwhile, I'm just like setting up the Death Star or some shit. Well,
Sounds to me like a door just opened.
let's see. Oh wait.
Hey, no one freak out or anything, but I think we're being watched.
Oh shoot, we're being hosted, and I did not set up my alert thing for this screen. Like an asshole. Yeah, let me fix that. Sorry. Oh, it's because it's below everything. There we go. My bad. Sorry about that. Who hosted? Make yourself known. I would like to thank you. Hey, you can see my mouse. Let's see. WB copyrighted the Nemesis system from Shadow of Mordor. That's so dumb. What's next? Copywriting like genres? Oh. Oh, so you're approaching me. Pious, you must prove your worth by destroying this statue. It rhymes with dummy. Ah, yes. My favorite fan, Cummy. How's it going? Let's see. Pressing R will enable Pious. Oh, okay. So we got some targeting. Releasing it slightly and then pressing it again will cycle between multiple targets. Okay. Oh. Well, I wish I had this tutorial before the shotgun thing. I mean, head, I guess. Is this gonna kill me? Is that what this is? To defeat your opponent, you must first know how to defeat yourself, Pious. We're in an episode of Samurai Jack, you see. Will I poke your head? Oh! That works very well. Though, to be honest, just randomly swinging seems to work just fine. Although, getting rid of the head kinda... makes him stupid. Okay. Boop. Later. Cool. Okay, so it actually does matter. Good. Good to know. Finish him. Yo, this is pretty sweet. I'm sure I'll hate it later, but, you know. Sir, I can't... There we go. Thank you. Hello, friend. I want to practice on you if you don't mind. I want to get rid of this arm. Haha, guess who just became right-handed? Wait, can I just have you as like a useless torso just walking around? Can I do that? Ah. Boo. Oh well, it's worth a shot. At least I know how it works now. Ooh. Unleash the Pierce. A button attached to a small pylon, which we must construct more of, softly illuminates the room. A bizarre energy seems to radiate from it. Should Pious push the button? We know nothing about it, so sure. We've constructed additional pylons. Holy shit. I was joking. Though these are actually obelisks. Oh, how they torment. Let's do a savey save. Save and continue. Let's see. Oh, he would have gotten back up? Oh, damn. Okay, I'll have to remember that for next time. Want to know something funny? The instruction manual is made to look like the tome bound in flesh, so imagine the back of the number for a Nintendo helpline and it has a picture of Mario on it. That's funny. Enter the Piss. I'm getting a Warriors of Might and Magic feel from this, but, you know, finished. So, you guys, what are you doing? See, now it's feeling more and more like Legacy of Kain. An effigy resembling a warped angel shaped from dark green emerald hovers effortlessly above the pedestal. Should Pious claim the artifact? Sure, why not? Let's be British today. Oh! Oh, I didn't know that was... Shit. Alright, well, I can load. I can still load. Out of curiosity, what the hell did I just choose? Ooh, Spooky Man. They developed the first Blood Omen. Oh, it shows. And I mean that in a positive way.
Eons have passed since then, and I have learned much. I was once as naive as a child, but now my mind is sharp. With the power of Xel'lotath, I can now read the thoughts of others and make them raving mad with a mere suggestion.
Dope.
Face me, and you shall surely perish.
Okay. Alex has acquired the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Yeah, the artifacts you pick power up the boss in different ways. Oh. Was there a better choice to make there? British. All right, so how badly did I fuck myself over? Should I go back? Sorry, I did say I would listen. I just didn't know that was the choice. I thought it was collecting shit. There are technically 3 different routes: the Sanity God, the Red Chaos God, and the Blue Magic God. Okay. Did I pick like a decent one? Like, is this going to be interesting to play through? There's no better choice, but it impacts the enemies you fight too. Okay. Interesting. Rotate. I wouldn't say you screwed yourself over. It was really just a choice in enemy types. Oh, okay. Green has the most impact in terms of sanity effects. The sanity one... Wait, the sanity one gives you more sanity draining... Oh, sanity draining enemies. Oh! Well, this ought to be interesting. It doesn't sound so bad. Cue to it being exactly as bad. Strangely, with the Tome of Eternal Darkness in her possession, Alex can read the page. It is a chapter page from the tome itself. Yeah, let's take a look. A chapter page entitled The Binding of the Corpse God. Green is the best one? Fuck yeah. Wait, we should probably read that thing. No, get. For the horror feel? Oh, hell yeah. Perfect. Check it out. Read it now? Yeah, sure.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I sure of its end. So perhaps here is the best place to start. I am reminded of ideas I first encountered in Sir James George Frazer's book, The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. We are overwhelmed by a very human need to weave a web of meaning where there may be none. Since time immemorial, ancient peoples have dressed up their lack of knowledge as gods and demons. I have discovered that sometimes the fates of gods and mortals intertwine, and legends are born.
Okay.
Thy time is done, great ancient. Forever in shadow will you be master of chaos, and to fade to nothing in obscurity will be thy fate. My master has planned many millennia for this day. It is the true chaos of all things that you now must be entombed amongst the beings of flesh and bone.
You have a great monument here, Mantarok. It is a pity that no one will ever
Can't just throw that thing at me.
As yours. May the darkness claim thee, crawling chaos.
Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, this game's cool as fuck.
No longer will thy reign be kept over the ancients you have kept imprisoned. Thou hast seen the last of this world.
You shawarma butthole looking ass. Do you see the Lovecraft influence? Yeah. I'm not like a huge Lovecraft fan or anything. I have not read any of his works. I know about Cthulhu. That's about it. And it has to do with a lot of cosmic horror, which I like. It's a good genre.
I only wish something that fantastic and of higher purpose could happen to me.
Yeah, nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. Hey, I also got a pointy. It's those things. Hello, friend. What you got there? A statue of a goddess delicately sculpted from sandstone. It casts an alert eye over everyone who enters the temple. There is a strange necklace about its neck. Should Elia take the necklace? Sure, why not? Reckless abandon. Let's do it. Oh, poopy. This necklace can be used to heal Elia. Make sure that Elia does not move when the spell is being cast. Wait, so would that be B, A, right trigger, RB? How do I use that? Oh, it's got limited uses. Okay. Limited uses, and you gotta get it from there. Gotcha. Good to know. Door is over here, yeah? The door is now closed, preventing Elia's passage to the other side. Well, I guess we'll just be a banshee then. Going around, screaming at people. Is it weird that, like... I mean, maybe I have a very limited understanding of ghost types. You have to stand still when you use it? Oh, fuck that. But it's weird to me that Poltergeist... I mean, Poltergeist is, its name literally translates to, like, noisy ghost. Yet Banshee is the one that's known for, like, you know, a horrifying shriek. They're both noisy, don't get me wrong, but one's more, like, throwing shit around noisy. You know what I mean? More interacting with people and objects around them, just causing havoc. Whereas the Banshee is more specifically sound. Just wielding a Kuriki? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that sword. It looks similar to Elrond's sword from Lord of the Rings, though. Yo, this place sucks. So Outer Edge would probably be better. Let's run. Oh, it stops after you hit it. Interesting. Do 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 do. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Let's see, the general Dutch translation for poltergeist is knocking spirit, klopgeest. Klop. There might be some country-specific reasoning for that name. Yeah, I'm wondering... Yeah, because I don't know the etymology of banshee. If anyone knows that, feel free to chime in. But still, it's just a funny little thing. I'm sure the name banshee actually has actual meaning behind it. Swing, 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 swing. Swing, swing, swing. Swing, 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 swing. What's so funny about Klopp? You don't... There are some questions you don't want answers to. It's a Zambles. It's a Zimbabwe. When located by creatures, a sanity loss occurs, causing a decrease in the level of sanity meter, and the character posts green. Beware, sanity loss affects perception and eventually health. Oh. Oh, okay.
The green juice. Sanity meter. This meter represents a character's sanity. Every time he or she meets monsters, and his or her sanity will get lower. The lower the sanity meter gets, the more the character will hallucinate.
Dope. Freeze frame! Performing a finishing move on a creature recovers sanity. Oh, there we go. You good, bro? Oh, no. Oh, you stuck in a spot where I couldn't do it because he was trying to examine the floor. Sad. You can actually check your inventory. Oh! Oh, hang on. We can figure out... Well, it just says short sword, but... check. Wooden grip, light and durable, small curve running from the handle makes it better for hacking rather than stabbing. I mean, a stab will still do. Yeah, it just says short sword. That's not specific. Hey, a bronze necklace sits atop an ancient clay urn. Are you saying clay or clay urns? Also, let's test this out. We're here. Why not? Use it up. Metal. Do I hear some good style throat singing in the background occasionally? Engraving on the floor is striking design featuring a brightly burning sun. Let's take a look at it again. Sun, butthole, butthole, sun. Okay. Good to know, I guess. Hey, these guys are done. That's cool. Oh, there they go. There they go, there they go, there they go again. Yeah. 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 Look at me. Butthole, son, won't you come? Butthole, son. Oh, I like it. I like it. And I gotta poke your friend. Oh! I feel like a stab would still do. I know it's not technically a stabbing sword, but you can still stab and it would have been easier. Wait, finish him. There we go. How about you? Can we finish you? There we go. Let's see. Speaking of metal, did you see that recent Hellraiser animated video of Ozzy and Lemmy? I have not. Okay. Butthole, upside down porridge, right side up porridge, butthole. Okay. I mean, that's cool and all. Oh, I probably put it on you. That makes sense. Hang on. Yeah! Look at me, I'm smart. I know things sometimes. I can figure out the easiest puzzles in games occasionally. And now the necklace is on, and nothing can go wrong. Oh. The design on the wall appears to depict a time of day. Perhaps the candles do too. Okay, so that seems to be... Wait. So left to right. So if that's west... If left is west, then that's sunset. Oh. Oh, honey, no. Not this shit. And the walls will ooze green slime. Okay, I'm just gonna... Just gonna... Meat Man! Man of the meat! Now you'll be a man of defeat. Oh. If you don't mind, if you could stay dead, that would be preferable. Ha! Look at him go. I should get a hilarity meter for this. Sprunk. 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 Okay, now I'm just gonna let him. Hey, friend. Oh, he regrows. Okay, good to know. Regenerator. Make sure he dies. No, Jeff, the green slime is normal. Stars. Oh, I'm stupid. That's what the problem was. Hang on. Wait, so was the last one correct then? Because, yeah, let's. Okay, let's just look at this one. All right, so we got a night sky, and this. I mean, I suppose. The design on the wall appears to depict the time of day. Perhaps the candles do too. Press Y, A, and X to light or extinguish the candles. Okay, so it should be... Yeah, because this is nighttime. And the last one was correct because the sun was setting in the west and the left side candle was on. That makes sense. The green slime thing was a reference to Hatch Slinging Slasher. Oh, hell yeah. Great episode. I had that one on VHS. It was just magnificent. I love SpongeBob. Like, unironically, I adore SpongeBob. I think the humor is just top-notch. Yeah, not today, sir. Alright, so this one was correct, right? Yes. Okay, good. I totally meant to go this way to check that. That was not a mistake on my part. Don't you worry. Certified super genius. Almost was. Alright, how do we get rid of this? The door has opened slightly, but not enough for Elia to go over it. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so... maybe center? Let's see, the image is now represented by the candles as well. Okay, so I did that correctly. So, what would I... do I... What else can I do? I wonder. Jeff dumb, no understand. Break thing. What do we have in my inventory? Anything useful? No. Doors open slightly, but not enough. So what else would I have to do here? Because that's correct. This is fine. Is there anything else that I missed, or... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna... I'm invincible! What else can be done? Let's see, old SpongeBob specifically, the new stuff ruined the characters. Though I will say the new stuff does have occasional good jokes. Like, there are isolated jokes that are pretty damn solid. Though I do tend to agree the newer stuff doesn't hit the same. The newer stuff seems more Ren and Stimpy. But, like a tame Ren and Stimpy, I guess. doesn't quite capture SpongeBob very well. Maybe sometime you could stream around the clock at stream around the clock at Bikini Bottom. It's a pretty stressful game and slow burn though. 8-Bit Ryan has done kind of a tough time to get through it himself, but it's still a nice suggestion. Way to downplay it. Let's see. So what kind of game is it exactly? Is that like a Five Nights at Frankie's clone or? What the hell am I missing? I feel stupid. Like, is there something super obvious that I'm missing here? Because I did the thing, and it liked that I did the thing, but it didn't like it enough. You talking shit? Yeah, if anyone has a hint, that'd be great, because this is apparently beyond me. Like, I feel like there's nothing else I can do? Oh, yeah, I could probably just run. It'll be fine. What the hell else am I missing? Is there like another way I have to go to get to the others? I already did those candles. Okay, so maybe I just had to go around and do this one. Okay. Engraved on the floor is a striking design featuring the sun sinking below the edge of the world. Okay, so that would be... I forgot I can go over here. Sorry. So that one's correct as well. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Wonder if I can... Holy shit. Okay, so this one should be sunrise then. Brightly burning sun. Okay, so it should just be center then. Okay, I got it. I forgot about these. Alright, so we just want to extinguish that one. It's a pretty beefy fan game about SpongeBob and various characters stopping a Jellian invasion. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I'll have to look up some gameplay. Wow. I'm amazeballs. Okay, so we got that. Oh, so that was that door. Okay, which leads back here. There it is. Oh yeah, I should probably yeah. I called Santa to Chunga? What? That sounds rather rude of me. Okay, so what do we do? Hello, friend. Does that allow me to leave? Well, I think it opens something somewhere, but where? Let's see, there's a sun there. Got that one. Oh! Nothing there. Oh boy! Something here, maybe? No? Here? Oh, there's a thing. A small pedestal covered with decorative etchings stands before the wall. The blowgun upon it must... Okay. Significance. Good shit, good shit. Should we take it? Yeah, sure. Almost looks like a peace pipe. Whee! She chose down. Too late now. God, I love Labyrinth.
Secret passage in the temple.
Secret tunnel. Oh. Mummies. I think we fell a little too far. Shoo. Lady, move. Oh. Well, the dude's dead. Does it matter? Finish it. Seriously though, does that guy have like any actual importance, or is that just you get a sanity bonus? Oh, the squishers. You could have fixed your sword. Oh, shit, really? Damn. Well, we're in it for the long haul, ladies and gents. Oh, let's get our sanity back. Oh, just finish the dude. You know what I meant. Don't remember if I asked this exact question, but how's your week been? Hasn't been bad. Hasn't been bad. It's been busy because people are taking vacation time and all that, but not bad. Let's see. The mural depicts skeletal demon befriending an ancient comer. People by denouncing one of their fertility gods. Wow. Oh. Interesting. Cool. Oh wait, is this the thing? It is. There's a hole in the device as if something can be inserted, perhaps a key or lever. Do we have... The hell was that? Some kind of menu came up. I don't know if you guys saw that, but... Oh wait, there's two doors. Gotcha. So I'm guessing it's this one. Oh. I was like a few feet away from it, man. That's not fair. See? I can speak funny too. It just like pinched her nose or something. She's like, oh fuck. My week's been alright, but my weekend's not been good as it could have. Messed up some stuff on my end, but it's not a horrible thing or something. At least my drawing is coming out decently. Well, I'm glad the drawing's going well. I hope whatever was an issue, I hope that resolves itself, man. Oh, I can't see shit.
Yumogi webarizo, Yumogi webarizo.
Alright. Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh, they don't like each other. Interesting. Ha! Later, nerd. Was that a Jackie Chan's Adventures reference? Yes, yes it was. Thank you very much for noticing that. It makes me very happy to know that someone got that. Sir, could you please? Thank you. I appreciate it. Poke. Poke. Let's see, but I would have been, let's see, resolved, but I would have been more glad if I didn't mess up like this in the first place. Mistakes are gonna happen. They're gonna happen to everyone eventually. Sometimes repeatedly. It's best to just accept that it happened and just kind of let yourself move on, you know what I mean? You acknowledge the mistake, you've learned from it, that's all you need to do. Also apologize if you killed someone. I feel like that's the least you could do in that instance.
Stop. Don't go near it.
One more thing. Oh no.
So, you are reduced to feeding on flesh and bone, Mantarok. How the mighty have fallen. You will surely fester for millennia to come. A slow and torturous fate for thee. You had best leave, young fool.
You got it.
Or you will find yourself as food for the dead god.
Oh shit.
I now have terrible powers.
You are one of the chosen many, flesh and blood. It is now your destiny to fight the eternal darkness.
Look, I just want to pose on these stairs, all right?
One obligation. The gift is your life, sweet dancer. The obligation is this. You hold one of Mantarok's hearts, the essence of the corpse god. To some, it is a source of great power. From those people, you must defend it, lest they use it to destroy what little brightness your world has left in it. Guard it well.
You know, not for nothing, but would it be better to, like, give it to, like, I don't know, a jack dude with, like, a good friend network and weapons and shit? Seems to me like, I don't know, we're essentially putting the nuclear launch codes in a vase. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what this chick's background is, but she does not strike me as warrior material, you know what I mean? The spirit's there, but a statue of a human female bears witness to the monstrosity that fills the room. The porous stone of its body is covered with the effluvial grime, that Montarock has secreted over the years. Ew. Montarock, you sick fuck. You gotta at least clean it off. Statue's gonna be all crunchy. Thanks, Greg Eagles. What the fuck? See, I love Jackie Chan Adventures. I find the talismans to work really nicely and creatively as like MacGuffins or the magic system, and how they can be mixed and how different individuals utilize them. Yeah, I always thought they were really cool. I've always wanted like recreations of them, like good ones. You know what I mean? Yeah, I always love the talismans. Let's see, is this one the dude equivalent? Statue of a human. Oh, yep. That's another. That's another one of the socks under the bed for this thing. He looks doofy. I like him. What about Senora Statue? Ooh. A metal staff is held by the arms of the statue. Give me that shit. Sweet. Shakies. Don't trust the shakies. Ma'am, you're hyperventilating. You've just been given, like, extreme ethereal power. It's not a big deal. So what can we do with the staff? Can we equip this? No. Check. Seems to be a lever of some kind. Oh, okay. Completely forgot about that. Gentlemen, I beg of you. I do find it weird that I can inflict poison damage on mummies. Just, yo! Is that a piercing shot? Hell yeah. Did, something happen there? Something moved. Finish you. I'm not joking either, that really was Greg Eagles. He plays a character that shows up way later in the game. Who is Greg Eagles? I should know, I probably should know the name, but I don't. Hey, what? You let your sanity drain to about a third? Yeah, probably. Grim from Billy and Mandy. Oh, Aku Aku, yeah. Well, that guy, got a little more than his nose attacked there, didn't he? Oh. I'm just hitting every button. Oh, pain. You know, I should probably save. I have not saved in quite a while. Man. Okay, guess they're on a timer. You just gave me the idea to watch Jackie Chan Adventures again to take a closer look at the fighting sequences and choreography. There you go. Okay, so it's at about a third. Maybe a little less. Is there, something more I should be seeing? sorry? I didn't see anything. I heard some dudes. Oh, the camera gets more tilted. That I noticed. I thought we were gonna, like, have some more, like, hallucinations or something. I do like the camera fuckery. Oh, wait. That's the thing I needed. All right. It'll sometimes make that noise when your sanity starts dipping. Gotcha. Oh, now we gotta go back? Alright. I take the staff. I like the staff again. Why aren't I using that as a weapon? It's a metal pole. That's like as perfect as you're gonna get. Alright. Let me see. Okay. Let me go back here and save. Thank you. Also, the menu illustrations are fantastic. They are. Like, I love these. Ooh. Oh, we do have a map. I'm sure that'll come in handy later. When I completely forget about it. Mark my words. Wait. Okay, so there are still traps. Gotcha. They're just a little slow in the draw this time, that's all. Swing, 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 swing. Okay, okay. We good, we good. Where's the sex demon? Trap means stairs in Dutch. Meanwhile, ladder in Dutch is ladder. Good to know. You know what I feel like I need to get for my soundboard? I need to get that. I need to get that clip of Dr. Evil going. How about no, you crazy Dutch bastard? I'll get that just for you, Yer. Oh boy!
You should have run.
I did.
Instead, you will die. Where is the essence of Mantarok? Where is it?
I don't know.
I will not ask again, child.
I think he sprayed some essence on those statues a while back.
Very well, then. You will succumb to the horrors of oblivion.
You see what I mean? I don't think she was the prime candidate to hold something like that. Oh, is that all to... Oh, that's cool! That's a really cool tie-in. I like that. I kind of wish they didn't do the pan over, but that's really cool. I like that a lot. I've never watched the Austin Powers movies, but I do know the quote, there's two kinds of people I can't stand. People who don't respect other people's cultures, and the Dutch. That movie rags on the Dutch for, like, no reason, man. It's so brutal. All right. So we'll get rid of center and right. Wait. Get that one back. Get rid of that one. See, my controller's laid out a little differently than the GameCube, so... I mean, I'm playing this legally on a GameCube, of course. I was just holding this up as a joke. As a funny. as a funny haha. This statement is legally binding. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see. With correct sequence of candles being lit, a hidden panel opens. There is a message tube inside. Hello, message tube. It's a bank statement. You're overdrawn. Shit. Oh, I can do the zoomies. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yes, we should open it. Found a chapter page. Suspicions of conspiracy. Oh. Find me 6 teenagers with attitude.
Your presence is welcome, Majesty. As always, I am honored.
Our dealings are a pleasure to us both, then. He lies. As do we all. What is this flaw you wish to discuss with us?
My concern is with the other ancients. Ulyaoth, Chattur'gha. Should they unite with Mantarok, they will doubtlessly possess enough power to vanquish even thee.
As darkness abhors light, and light abhors dark.
And the English abhor the Dutch.
Cannot join forces. Mantarok will be bound, and the others will sink into insanity when I return.
As has been foretold.
I was unaware.
So this be a
There is much you do not
change depending on which god you choose. Oh, cool. I was just about to ask.
be certain to retrieve Mantarok's essence. It is necessary to cement our place in your world.
Then what of Charlemagne the Frank? What do you intend for him?
The Frank is an instrument of light. He seeks to unite Europe under his banner.
With this in place, my guardians will be hard-pressed to perform the functions you require.
For your own schemes, Pius. Think of your future.
Then Charlemagne will be removed from the picture.
Make sure he is dead. Or insane. Or perhaps one, then the other. Just make sure he is removed from power.
Of course. He is as good as dead.
This game's cool as fuck. Thank you guys so much for recommending this, because so far this is really good. Let's see, my favorite god is Chattur'gha for his voice. It's hard to make out with subtitles, but by Odin but stylized. Oh, are the audio elements fantastic? Okay, so cool. I might have to look that up. I've been occupied to see. Oh wait, I've been occupied. I see you got Pants Chapter 2. Yes, we do have pants now. And to be fair, let's see. Sorry, have you encountered many sanity effects? Just the occasional whisper voices or chanty voices and screen going tilty tilt. Happy you're liking it so much. It's been a while since I've seen you this impressed by a game you've not played before. Yeah, I tend to be a bit of a curmudgeon. I do apologize for that, but that is just kind of my default state, sadly. It helps that this is an older game, though. I do prefer. Oh god, I can't believe I'm calling this old. Oh, I'm glad it's a game from my era. It does help, because like this graphic style, I don't know, it really speaks to me. I like it. So, is there anything else I can fuck with that I couldn't before? What's in my inventory? Okay, so we still got the second floor key. We've got the dresser key. So we haven't messed with those much yet. Turns 20 next year. Tom, how much time did you spend in St. Augustine? Ooh. This place looks fun. Don't suppose you take a dresser key. A brass-framed mirror is set into the wall. The mirror's direction can be adjusted by means of 2 crankshafts set below it. A curious device. Why is it related to the telescope in some way? Oh, is it? Okay. Adjust the mirror? Nah, I don't know what I'm doing yet. It's interesting, but I don't know what to do. I'm afraid I don't get that reference. Oh, Fountain of Youth. That thing doesn't get into play until close to endgame, so I wouldn't worry about it. Gotcha. Lordy. Well, we may as well check out the second floor, right? Like we got a bunch of stuff figured out down here. That was pretty cool. But now it is time to ascend. Also, I find it funny that this chick has much better cardio than the Centurion. I just wanted to point that out. Like, she can run for much longer. Look closely at her hips. Like, they were trying to do like a hip sway, and they did pretty well. But it's just a tad bit too like jerky, so it looks like her spine is just going like. Look at this. Oh, I love it. I love it. And a professional dancer. Oh, that's right. All right. Yours got some long comments. Let me read these real quick. To give context to the 80-year war I mentioned, the Netherlands were kind of under the rule of Spain for a while, and the new king of Spain wanted to further strictly enforce Catholicism. The cheeseheads didn't fully agree with this, and a kerfuffle ensued. I want you to rewrite American history textbooks. I would love this terminology being used. This kind of stuff did lead to like the Huguenots and other religious persecuted people from France fleeing to the Netherlands and bringing their knowledge with them. Helped with the trade quite a bit. Oh, I'm sure. What parts of the Americas did the Dutch colonize? I know they had... I think they had fewer settlements than the other European nations, but I feel like they had a few. Was it near the... No, I don't think it was close to the Keys. Oh, God. I gotta play Sid Meier's Pirates again. That's where I get all of my historical knowledge. Wait, there's little things to the side. No, I don't need to see the Goosebumps drawing. The door is locked. Second floor key. I don't know why that came to mind. It's just... The key comes apart in the lock. The key to the second floor is broken. Perhaps there's a way of repairing it. Ah. Boo. The Dutch stole the spice trade? Ooh, details, please. That sounds pretty interesting. I'm not sure, to be honest. I know more about the Netherlands' influence in Indonesia and stuff. Gotcha. Well, this room is spooky. Ah, yes, the food prison. Oh, that's... I like that. I like that a lot. You know what? This game is giving me... Oh, that's right, we have the sword. This game is giving me Alone in the Dark feels, almost. Not quite as scary, but... I don't know, just environmentally. Oh, right. I gotta keep reminding myself how to do things. Here we go. Alex places the blade in the slot, but it feels to push back. It feels... What feels it push back? It is as if magic and the blade do not fit the lock. Wait, what? Hang on, one more time. It is as if the magic of the blade does not fit the lock. Okay, so we need to enchant this blade somehow? Alright. Guess we can figure that out. Oh, is there a music puzzle? A grand piano stands here, awaiting the hands of a decent musician. Unfortunately, Edward never really lived up to that description, and as such, the piano fell into disuse. Burn. I'm not much of an instrument man myself. Though it does occur to me, with this new setup, I could bring my didgeridoos on stream. The illustration features a collection of strange line designs related to each other in a cyclical manner. There appears to be some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. Okay. I don't know why I have difficulty reading out loud. I guess it takes me a little bit to process words. So it causes a bit of a lag, like that. Exactly like that. Spooky. Oh, you know what else it has? It has a opening of Devil May Cry 1 vibes. The last weak rays of sunlight fight the shroud of darkness. It lends an eerie feel to the last few weeks' events. As the sun sets, Alex will be alone in this house, with nothing but the spirits of old for company. Yeah, I am definitely having a better time with this than Psychonauts, for sure. I'm still contemplating getting the second game, though. Because I've seen some gameplay, and it does look a lot smoother, and the environments look like a lot of fun. Did I go in here earlier? I did, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I need to magic up this sword somehow. Oh, okay. So that's the temple the chick was in, right? Okay. Alright, so there's a whole bunch of little hints to the areas we traveled to. Did we check out that other page? We didn't. Okay, so maybe that's the next thing we gotta do. Didn't you already find a new page? Yeah. I didn't know if there's anything else we needed to do, if we're just gonna do another time skip. I did. I just saved. We're all good. We're all good. Thank you for reminding me, though, because I do need that reminder. We all know who I be. You know, stupid.
From my research,
barely functioning.
It is apparent that the endeavors of mankind are mere puppetry at the hands of the ancients. Whenever a king vows reform, the ancients move quickly to stifle it. Under the auspices of Emperor Charlemagne the Frank, the new Holy Roman Empire was at the height of its power.
I choose to believe he's called that just because he's very upfront with people. I don't care for your nose shape.
Ad dominum et imperatorum nostrum, carolum magnum francum.
Deliver this to our Lord and Emperor Charlemagne the Frank. No one but him must see it. They are words for his eyes only. At once.
Charles, my main. That joke really Scooby's my due.
Hooray, forbidden knowledge!
What sorcery is this?
I smell time.
I am bewitched. If this was meant for Charlemagne, then what will become of him? I have to warn him of this treachery.
I just realized my shirt is not fully buttoned, and that bothers me. No one needs to see my, like, unholy pale skin. More than they already do. In nomine Patri et Filio. Totally normal sounds. Hey, buddy. And. Nice. Very nice.
Gay!
Anyway, what are you up to, friend? The monk cordially greets Anthony. However, he brings grave news of the loss of one of his order, who fell from the tower to his death. His tone is guarded, leaving Anthony wondering if, indeed, this is the truth. Jeff, you're currently in black and white filter. If your skin is unholy pale, we won't notice it. You sure about that, friend? If anything, I feel it's made it worse. Put it this way, I could be a mime with just black makeup. Visibly disturbed with the grief and despair, the monk sobs pitifully. He recounts that this is not the only death to have occurred recently, and wonders if perhaps the order is being punished for a wavering in faith. My eyes! To be honest, I don't mind pale. I don't either. I just don't think it works on me very well, especially with how my facial hair tends to grow in. It ends up looking a little unsightly because of that. I think there's a lot of people that can pull off pale really well. But that being said, due to my my heritage, at least what I know of it, I got a lot of traits that were passed down to me that pretty much means the sun is like literal poison. Like, I can't be in the sun for too long. I really can't. I have gotten the devil's itch more times than I can count, and let me tell you, nothing I have ever dealt with has been worse than that. Nothing. Things I can't say on stream were not as bad as that, okay? Ugh. Jeff has vampire ancestry. I may as well, dude. Got Irish and French. Like, I think those are the two primary, and that's horrible. That is horrible for enjoying sunlight. Like, I fry, dude. I have tried every kind of sunscreen. I just do not survive. After Anthony briefly describes his mission, the monk informs him that Charlemagne was last seen in the audience with the bishop in the visiting chamber. Where the hell's the visiting chamber? Anthony's presence is questioned by the monks. Feeling that he trespassed upon sacred ground, the monk seems rather subdued, perhaps out of respect or perhaps out of fear. Alright, so the monks are not having a good time. Muffled voices emanate from inside the bishop's visiting chamber. However, the door is locked, and Anthony will need the bishop's key to enter and gain audience with Charlemagne. Also, I think you get... Wait. I think I get you with that horrible itching. I've had horrible itching before when, biking home. And one time when I got home, I suddenly had the most horrible itching I ever had. Like, bugs were between my skin and flesh. That's not far off. The devil's itch essentially feels like you have fire ants under your skin and they won't stop. It got to the point once, I think I've told the story a couple times now, but it got to the point where I, in a state of complete disarray, mind you, I thought, oh, maybe, my nerve endings can only process so much, so if I constantly hurt my back, I won't feel it. I won't feel the itch anymore. If I'm smacking my back enough and there's enough pain, I won't feel the itch. And then eventually, and it worked a little bit, and then I ended up going into the shower for a couple hours, and I would just go, boiling hot, freezing cold, boiling hot, freezing cold. And it did work for as long as I was in there. But naturally, the water bill. Oh, it's Elia. She's looking good. Pius Augustus, he's half the man he used to be, that's for sure. My skin bubbles and boils might have the same thing. That's It tends to bubble and boil with really bad sunburns. I think, yeah, that usually precedes the Devil's Itch, I would say. Oh! Oh, the floor, I just noticed. Ooh, that is creepy. Oh my god. Yeah, your skin feels like that. That right there, that's what your skin feels like. Cradled in what appears to be a leathery hand lies a mysterious book. It is bound in human skin and intricately decorated with these shrunken bones. It beckons and yearns to be possessed. Should Anthony claim the Tome of Eternal Darkness? Fuck yeah. Anthony has acquired the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Fitting for a man named Pius to have a statue in a church. Yeah. This reminded me of the Spirit World ambience from Legacy of Kain Defiance. Oh, hell yeah. I tried rubbing my back really hard against the chair, which I hope worked, but it didn't do a lot. The first time I got the Devil's Itch, what helped me, considering our lack of sanity in this game, could this tome be considered a diary of a madman? I love you, man. You know that? But, what worked for me is my grandma had, like, an old school, like, scratchy, almost scratchy feeling couch. You know what I mean? Like, it was still soft, but it was, like, very bumpy to the touch. So I laid with my back against it and would just kind of, like, turn every once in a while like this. And it was able, pretty much like I'm trying to escape a straitjacket. And that seemed to help for a while, so I could, like, semi-relax while taking care of the itch. I need the key. Do I have the key? Don't have the key. Where's the key? Excuse me, sir. Do you know where the key is? Okay, so he questions my very presence. You move around a lot. Did I talk to you? Okay. Where would a key be? Do you have a key? Well, you. Can I talk to you? No. How long do or did those itches last for you? It was about, on average. I'd say about like 2 days, usually. Yeah, 2 days sounds right. Sleeping was not an option. It was bad. The monk informs Anthony that the order is awaiting the arrival of the bishop, so the funeral rites may begin. There's much grieving to do, since this is not only the reason of death. Okay. Wouldn't just be laying on here, would it? Alright, guys, we need to have, like, a company meeting. Gather around. Who took my fucking sandwich out of the fridge? I labeled it. My name is on it. My wife only makes these like once a month, man. I need this. Also, Jesus is good, I guess. Away! I have no idea where this key is. Maybe it's outside somewhere. I don't know. Anthony cannot leave yet. Charlemagne must be warned. Wait, is it in the book? Wouldn't be in the book, would it? That'd be silly. You just open it again. I've never had them longer for like 20 minutes myself. I'm sorry, man. Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, holy. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Look up the Devil's Itch. Seriously, look it up. It's horrifying. It's very, very bad. I cannot stress enough how painful that is. Like, I have broken my arm before. I have fallen off the monkey bars as a child, landed with my arm like this, and just shattered bone. I would rather deal with that again. It's like, does it hurt like a bitch? Absolutely. Did I cry? Hell of a lot. But it sounded like something from Might and Magic 7. But it was more, it was easier to deal with. Because then you just go to the, you go to the hospital, you get it set, you get it put in a cast, and you're good. And a month or so of, a cast, but cast isn't that bad. Somewhat addled by Anthony's distraction, the monk kindly requests to be left alone. But I need the thing. I don't want to talk. I want the thing on your desk. It's shiny. It's calling to me. The monk is hard at work and does not wish to be disturbed. Well, I mean, there are worse bands you could be. Wait, the monk moved. Get it. No. Get it before he gets back. Give me. Yes, the triangle. Anthony reaches out for the medallion, but the monk says that it is a venerable artifact required for his research and should not be touched. Gimme. I don't care about your religious hocus pocus. Give me the damn thing. It's shiny, which means it's useful. Do you have anything on your desk? Oh, wait. Hold on. While fumbling around, the urn slips from Anthony's stiff fingers, dashing itself from the fragments of the floor. And I've got a broken urn. Oh, and this will teach us how to fix the key? Like, we have to put this together? Found a magical rune. Oh. Also good. Runes are... Oh, boy. We crafting now? Runes are the key element in creating spells. By collecting and combining runes in different ways, different spells can be created. Spells are magical incantations that enhance a character's natural abilities. Oh, okay. The spell list is an inventory of all the spell information that has been acquired. It will allow the player to select which spells to cast, examine, or assign to convenient quick spell buttons. Okay, experiment with rune combinations. Inventory of all the runes. This function can review their current assignment of spells to quick spell buttons. Okay, what spells do we have? Or maybe... Okay, can I examine? No, okay. I was hoping there'd be a key in that, but I guess that's cool. Alright, well, what else? You know what this reminds me of? Tak and the Power of Juju. The different Juju spells had different uses and were collectibles you found by exploring the world. Oh, yeah. I remember liking the sequel more. Urn is broken in many fragments. Perhaps it can be repaired. Can I use it on... Can I talk to you? Okay. It's like someone I can talk to about the urn, maybe? So these guys are gonna do the same shit no matter what. Good to know. Oh. Funeral casket made from unfinished wood. It is not properly sealed and can possibly be opened. Should Anthony attempt to open? Sure. Hey, buddy.
Oh my God, what is
What
it?
happened? This devil's work. We should get out of here.
Oh.
You have proven what we have feared the most. This poor man has been the victim of great evil. Look how his body has been defiled. As
There's
if
a
something has
mustache drawn on his
burst
face.
out from inside him. Here, take this for your protection. And find the bishop. He must be informed of this horrible discovery.
Oh, so now we can imbue it with magic. Okay. Anthony has acquired a Scramasax. Scramasix. We got the Scrabble. We got the Scrabble blade. Well, peering inside the casket, Anthony sees the body of a monk. His raiment? His raiment is that of his order, stained with blood that has seeped from many grievous wounds. It is truly a disturbing sight. That's pretty lame. Okay. Equip, I guess. Check. Okay, offensive better than defensive fighting. Okay. Maybe I can kill the monks upstairs. Haha. Sequel's good too, and the music all across the game is fantastic. Kind of groovy rock, but also tribal sounding stuff. Yes. Oh no. Ooh, we're looking a little sickly. Oh, now we can take this. Take this. A mysterious gold medallion rests upon the desk. Give me that shit. I'm not gonna lie, this has probably been my favorite Halloween stream so far. This game is pretty cool. Anthony has acquired a circle of power. Circles of power describe the amount of power that a spell will have. The more points within that circle, the stronger the spell will be. I got a level 3 circle. Okay. Not entirely sure how this helps me. Let's see, amongst the tomes and manuscripts, a book brings attention to itself, oddly pristine on the dusty shelf. It doesn't quite belong. Yes, probably has the key, right? Oh, or that. That works. Are we just like sneaking into the room? Oh boy. Ah, a mummy. At least pretend this thing is new to you, dude. Rude. These are like the lamest Link sounds. What, do they actually have health, or is it based on how many combos you finish on them? Still not entirely sure. Oh, he dead as hell. Sword up the butt. Let's get some of that sanity back, shall we? Did I just drop it into him? Get her. Gentlemen, I beseech thee, knock it the fuck off. Can I have an invisible health meter? Gotcha. Give me just a sec. Let me finish this guy off and I can attend to chat. Your head's glowy and dumb. You salt bathed the sword into him. You know what's messed up? I saw recently on a stream that like the food at that guy's restaurant actually is not prepared very well. Oh, let me see. See what's good too. Okay, the third TAC game did had kind of a customizable upgrade system with a point system. You can find scrolls in levels to craft the gems. You can put the gems in either health, power, or juju. This can be done a max. Oh, a max of 3 times for either playable character, but you can also remove the gem at will. All right, that was the Great Juju Challenge, wasn't it? I do think the way the game used things was good too with the Juju spell, or at least has more potential. Every individual spell is a collectible that can be of use in a manner of ways, so that's a nice incentive to explore and an aid in further exploration. True. Sorry about the big comments there. My interest in combat and 3D platformers also made me think a lot about magic systems and those kind of games. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna take a Reese's Pieces break. Whew. So far, while not very scary, this is a very interesting game so far. Like, I think it's pretty solid. I think the world building is good. I like the cosmic horror elements. The god we picked, it's pretty sweet. Yep, the Great Juju Challenge had Locke as the second playable character. That's right. He was played by Patrick Warburton, if memory serves. Not the best co-op 3D platformer, but has nice ideas. I remember liking it. No. And yeah, I mean, this game is good. This game is good. There's some genuinely disturbing parts in it. Can't wait. I think the screaming floor is probably the best horror element so far. It's like he just unlocked a new area in Harry Potter 2. This time, I will save the companion. Ah, rude. Get out of here. If you're not Reno, you're rude. Neat. I'm taking this. Oh, it disappeared. Grateful for his life, the monk tells Anthony what happened. He was carrying a sacred urn from the baptismal font when he was confronted by the bishop, who was brandishing a large blade and whose eyes burned with an evil fire. Frightened, the monk dropped the urn out of shock and ran. Returning to retrieve the urn, he found only the sword the bishop had left behind. With thanks, he gives the bishop's sword to Anthony. Ooh, now this sword's a little more my speed. Anthony has acquired the two-edged sword. It's got a handguard, dude. You gotta have a handguard. Equip that shit. That's good. Alright, I'm gonna test something. You can kill him! Oh, that fucked with the sanity, too. Oh, that's neat. Wait, can I not? Oh, it just disappeared. Okay. I'm gonna load back. Load. I'll keep him alive. He's nice, I guess. The darkness comes. Oh, the darkness is coming. Is there a thing on the floor? This area is dark and difficult to... Oh, yeah, gotcha. Equip the torch. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Mix. This function allows the player to combine 2 or more items from the inventory into one. Let's mix you with you. Anthony has assembled 2/3 of a broken green urn. The darkness comes, and so am I. I'll laugh last because you came to die. God, I love that song. It's so edgy. It's perfect. Ooh, piece of candy. Can I light this so I don't have to hold this anymore? Anthony has assembled the broken green urn, sort of. I mean, I guess. Hey, do you know how to fix this shit? The monk ambles around nervously, as if half expecting the demonic bishop to return at any moment. Just look around like, oh god, where is this guy? Oh! You've got pointy bits in you. Let's use big sword. I like big sword. Hello? Oh, It's our friend. A carved stone tablet lies on the stone floor. Anthony has acquired a magical codex. Codex. Runes cannot be understood without a codex. Without a codex, runes in your possession will remain a mystery. Okay, so let's take a look at our runes. Do we understand it now? No? Can I use you? Okay. Oh, fuck yeah. Disarming, aren't I? Don't lose your head. Oh. Oh, thank God. I didn't have a torso pun ready to go, so...
My brains.
Oh, our boy is not looking great. Dude, just like use one of your humanities, please. Oh, well, they're busy. I cut him the fucking half. Oh, that was great. That was great. Oh, I can hit them when they're down. Nice. Finish him. Finish him. God, I feel badass with this sword. This sword kicks ass. A red urn. Pick up the urn. Anthony has picked up a filled red urn. Okay, a disturbing rendition of a monstrous devil. It is contorted into what appears to be a fountain. What sickly liquid is this draining into the pool, trickling from scum and I thought that said cum encrusted for a second. It's its spout. I'm a child. Alright. So... Can I... Okay. So I assume we assemble the rest of these things and then we fill it with whatever that is. A slab of etched stone sits upon the pedestal. Anthony has acquired a magical codex. Oh, so the codex is only for a specific rune. Gotcha. Okay, so does that one match any of the ones that we have? Oh, it does. Cool. All right, all right. Oh, you know what he reminds me of? Wander from, Shadow of the Colossus. That was his name, right? Oh, right. That detail they showed us earlier. And torch. And bam. And switch back to sword before anything pops out. Actually, his name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. Are they incorporating actual physics? Do I actually need to get a smaller sword for these tight corners? Oh no. I have to think about my weapon choice now. That's sad. Yo. Just scooting along. Nah, his name was The Boy. The sounds he makes when swinging are funny. Yeah. Who the fuck is still up there singing? Did you guys not see the Zambos and the Moomies? And the Magical Codex? So we can understand all of them now? Maybe? Yeah! Project. Wait. Project. Okay. Sword. Oh, this is enchanting the sword. Amongst the books on the table rests an ancient scroll of what appears to be paper. What appears to be. Enchant item spell scroll. Sweet! Cool. You've just discovered the enchant item spell. Awesome. Cast. This allows the player to cast spells that have been found or researched. Assign. Selecting this allows the player to assign the most used spells. Okay. And check. Through this function, you can examine the contents of each spell. Okay. Okay, a torn scroll illustrated with geometric symbol is accompanied by a small note. The note reads, "That which is broken shall be fixed. That which is dull will be sharp. Thus is the nature of the enchant item magic. The spell requires Antorbach and Macklemore. We need Macklemore. Okay, spells can be directly... Oh, okay. Okay, so these are quick spell buttons. Awesome. Let's put it up there. This is kind of a cool system. This meter represents the character's magical energy. When the spell cast level will get lower, this meter regenerates whenever the character is in motion. Gotcha. So can we... Let's see. Options. So how do I actually... Yeah, would I just go to spell list? Quick spell. No, that's not it. Cast on this. All right, cool. I'm a little slow, but we're getting there. Oh, and from there I can just do that. Awesome. Okay. All right, cool. See, the bishop passed through the secret door. There has to be a way to get through it. Well, I feel like I should fill up the urns. Right? Oh. I suppose. I'm gonna fill the urns, place them there to keep the button depressed. That's what it was. Makes sense. Wait. Can I... Item is now enchanted. Sweet. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Dinkelberg. All right, let me fill these and I'll address the chat. Use. Dunking the urn into the foul-smelling fountain. The fountain, if you will. It becomes filled to the brim with rank fluid. Dank fluid, if you insist. It is a lot heavier now, and rife with... Fodder? Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff learns a new word. Odor. A distinctive odor that is offensively unpleasant. Okay. Good to know. Shit stanky. Alright. Filled. Green urn. Filled. Use. Awesome. Alright, let's do this. Oh, that's right. Let's see. I once had an idea to rate some 3D platformer heroes based on their combat abilities. Needless to say, Rayman would be the master of unarmed combat. I'm a child, Jeff, and not even that, some eldritch horror. Nah, just target and press up while attacking. Okay. How are you liking this chapter? I'm liking it so far. It's pretty good. What kind of work did monks and nuns generally do aside from like charity and gardening and making wine or beer? I think a lot of it had to do with like teaching. I guess it depends on how far back you go, because I think a lot of them acted as scribes, just copying pages of the Bible onto new pages, because it was before I don't know what you call them, printing presses and whatnot. So a lot of them would act as scribes. A lot of them would maintain missions or churches or cathedrals or whatever. Nuns, I think, typically took care of any kids they took in, as well as instructing them, teaching them and whatnot. But other than that, I'm not 100% sure, to be perfectly honest. My knowledge is a little limited there. Let's see. Fun fact, the yellow magic runes and effects were supposed to be for another special god that got cut for time constraints. Oh. Interesting. There we go. Although the urn appears to sit correctly in place on the pressure plate, it does not appear to be heavy enough. Okay, so yeah, they're just telling us we need more. More. So, something I've been arguing about recently, there was a Death Battle episode that came out recently that I was very much looking forward to, and it was Dio versus Alucard, which is such a cool matchup. But I felt like there were a lot of elements that they kind of bullshitted, and they gave Dio way too much credit for things he never did. And I don't agree with the results. But anyway, I've been arguing with some people in YouTube comments, and that was a big mistake, because now that's all my notifications are. Oh, man. The bell's ring. Well, yeah.
You have come to return my book. Very well, then. For your efforts, I promise a quick and merciful death.
Well, that is a fair compromise, I feel. Get wrecked, son. Oh, get lopped. Oh, gotta make sure he's dead. Bishop's key. And down goes Bishop. Okay, poke that. Poke that. Alright, let me see. Oh, we got a bot. Oh, there it goes. We got to see the Begun Thought with the jack-o'-lantern. Sweet. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I think I recognize the Bishop's voice. It doesn't sound super familiar. Yeah, I like Dio versus Alucard fight, and to be fair with the laser eyes, they really did rig Dio's potential lethality. Yeah, among other things. The one thing in Death Battle that I absolutely hate is this was the perfect example where they're like, well, Dio's stand is similar to this stand, which is similar to a third stand from a season in the future where they did this huge feat, ergo we're going to give Dio that. It's like, no, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. It's like, you can't give him that. Like, they may as well just go, well, you know, other versions of vampires are able to do this, ergo Alucard should be able to... Like, no. Only give him credit for things he's done. And things like, and another thing that should not be used as evidence towards feats is when a character says something like, again, perfect example of JoJo's characters given the meme, but it's like, oh, it's pretty much the same stand as X. It's like, yeah, a character saying that doesn't mean it's literally capable of all the same things. That's just them describe it. Oh, God. That's just like a character's perception of scale. That's not like a literal descriptor. Like, that drives me insane. It's like, oh, well, and then they had Alucard use level 0 against a single opponent, which doesn't make any sense for his character, or tactically. No one can deflect the Emerald Splash, for example. Yes! Yes, thank you! Well, you see, Kakyoin said that no one can deflect it. Ergo, it cannot be deflected and he win. You know, I've entertained the thought here and there of having the battle roughs I talk to... Wait. Here and there of having the battle roughs I talked to you about a while ago as being Estri's stand. I would need a refresher on that. Let's just have Kain telekinetically break Dio's neck and be done with it. That's something that Alucard can do. And it's like, well, the thing that always... I actually did the math on this, too. And they're just like, well, with the time stop, he could easily go through Alucard's 3 million lives. Well, it's actually more, but let's round down for sake of easy numbers. And it's just like, okay, so he has to kill him, wait for him to regenerate, kill him again. Assuming Alucard instantly, and I do mean instantly, regenerates, which is not a thing, but assuming he does. And there's only a quarter second between time stops, it would take Dio 208 hours to kill Alucard, by which time the sun would have killed Dio multiple times. It's like, my dude, math is a thing. It exists and it's great. That, and I don't like it when people say that Dio is a good tactician. He's chicken shit. He could have killed Jotaro like the first time he was time stopped, but he was so scared that he essentially telegraphed to Jotaro, here's the power that you have, here's how you can use it, here are my weaknesses, here are the things you can exploit about me. Let's see, a shrine to a god that bespeaks an ancient evil that graced the earth before mankind walked the valleys. Also, if I can just one last thing, and I will be done, I promise. Because I don't want comments on this channel either about this bullshit, because it makes me frustrated. Another thing I wish they wouldn't do is when they take things that are clearly visually exaggerated, or anything like that, and they take it hyper literally, it's like, okay, so he's capable of this amount of destruction. It's like, well, no, it's clearly like a visual exaggeration, but whatever. You expected a great tactician, but it was me, a dumbass. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he had a hard time killing humans. Buff humans, granted, but humans. But it's like, okay, if we're going to take every little thing literally and apply real-world physics to it, then, okay, Dio, when he stops time, if time is stopped, any amount of force you exert on an object would cause like an infinite mass explosion, like world-destroying shit. So the fact that Dio throws knives or hits people or whatever, and it only does the regular amount of damage that he normally does, means that he has like... It means that in that state, he would have to be so infinitely weak for it to defy physics. It's like, are we just going to say, like, oh, well, Dio's infinitely weak because he defied physics with how weak he was in a time stop state, ergo he can't hurt anyone. It's like, well, no, you can't do that. Like... Or Let's see. Or how Shredder sliced a meatball in one trillionth of a second, so they equated that to his average attack speed. Yes, that too. Have you watched JoJo's Totally Straight Adventures? It's great animation by Kamso. I have watched all 5 parts that are out now. It is an okay show. There are elements that I like. I think overall it is not my thing at all. But there are individual characters that I like. I like the memes. There are individual moments that I think are pretty solid. But overall, it is very inconsistent, I would say. If that makes sense. Oh, and let me read through. Oh no, we're having a bad old time. Oh, we're looking worse for wear. When do we get our Sith eyes? Let's see. The battle rough idea was like S3 could summon roughs that would grow or shrink in size and use it in all manner of ways, from having a rough unfold into a platform and act as a trampoline, or position it against a wall to set up as a trap, or just send out the roughs to ram into enemies, perhaps also wrap around the opponent. Oh, that's cool. I like that idea. Another thing you can do is the classic Thanos solution, where they could like shrink as like an ultimate ability or something. They can shrink, go into the opponent's ear or something, and just expand. Just watch me make the thinly veiled ripoff with me as the main character. Your ears unusual experiences. But yeah, I don't get the love for Dio as a character. I think he's, I don't know, he's chicken shit and annoying. Narancia for life. Ooh, he did. Into the butt. Oh wow, it actually did. Jeez. So did you see my message? Couldn't tell my Wi-Fi crashed. Oh, have you watched JoJo's Totally Straight Adventures? It's a great animation by Kamso. Yeah, I did read that one. And I mentioned that I watched all the parts that are available right now. In the newer version, not like the old school one. Wow, you dead as hell. Finish you. Do we have Healy bits? Oh, we do not. Holy shit. Should probably save, and I'll make it in a separate slot since our health is low. I'm going to give you a nightmare related to my name in Star Wars. I once referred to myself as Ur Banks. Ugh. Part 4 is my favorite and has a better cast of the seasons. Also, who are you going to check? Oh, are you going to check out Part 6? Probably. It kind of became a thing that Gabby and I watch it at work, because, you know, we have, like, really slow days here and there where we can just, like, watch anime. But yeah, she'll probably want to watch it and show it to me, so I'll probably watch it with her, honestly. Oh. I got deleted. Interesting. The Trapper dimension sprawls in every direction. While displaced magic cannot be cast and humans are subjected to odd phenomena, the portals cycle from color to color as time progresses, and only the quick will escape. Okay. What am I to assume is the right way? We got glowy bits ahead of us, which would be purple. Seems like purple's the way to go regardless. Okay. So would I go to purple? Which should bring me here. And what is here? Okay. Not entirely sure what happened there, but... Trappers have no eyes, but can sense sound very well. If Anthony can sneak past them, they won't be trouble. Okay, okay. Part 6... Whoa! Whoa, whoa, hang on, hang on. Oh, crazy talk. Let's see, Warning Part 6 does have some Dio flashback stuff, and you might not like it, but it's pretty inconsequential. As long as it's inconsequential, I just don't like him as a character. I think he's very boring, very annoying. And everyone's saying he's like, oh, he's a great tactician. It's like, no, he's a pussy. If he was a good tactician, he would have killed Jotaro the first time he stopped time. It's like, oh, I think I saw him flinch. It's like, come on.
This isn't really happening!
Someone down here. Well, whatever's happening, I guess it isn't really happening. So that's good to know. Hello, friend. The monk ambles around nervously. Okay. So did I get something I needed for this? Oh, here we go. Progress ahoy. Ugh. All right. I think we can just climb out of here and get chased out by the villagers. Who's your favorite villain of the ones shown so far, though? That's tough. Ooh. Hello, friend. You look like one of the enemies that Kane faces at the end of Defiance. If I had to pick a favorite, it's kind of a tie. Because my favorite, emotionally speaking, as in like just enjoying seeing him on camera, would probably be Wham. I really like him. I think he's fun. And he's not like super annoying like most of the villains. Or as annoying anyway. But if I were to go for which one is probably like the best done in a more objective writing sense, I would probably say Kira. Kira was probably the best in that respect. I felt like they did a good job borrowing from typical serial killer archetypes that are like actual archetypes and not just like how they're portrayed in media. Like they actually have like the concept of him when he's like forced off of his pattern, he starts to like mentally devolve and starts becoming more erratic, more paranoid, more just freaking the fuck out. Who's your favorite? Emotionally, Wham. When it comes to writing, probably Kira. Though Kira's powers are inconsistent and stupid, and I hate them. But they lead to some great-ass memes. Killer Queen has already touched the Lenny. All right. But I worry as the battle roughs as weapons could influence the combat, considering I've mainly based it on 3D brawler-like combat of Kaya, and battle roughs are pretty complex for a combat system like that, or perhaps just too powerful. I would say it's Wham. Whamu is just like the Japanese mispronunciation. I think, okay. So, for your project there, I would look into V from Devil May Cry 5 and how he works, or even how Seto Kaiba and Yugi work in Oh god, what's the Shonen Jump game? You know the one. If you look up Shonen Jump game Seto versus Yugi or something, you'll get an idea. But V from Devil May Cry 5, I think would be a good reference for that kind of character if you're gonna go for that kind of combat. But you know, instead of like Estri being fairly useless without the counterparts, give her like some actual movement abilities and something fun. Jump Force. That's it. Thank you. I have an idea. Let's save. Wait, we can't, can we? We can't. Well. Oh, we going crazy. I have a sneaking suspicion we can't win this. Just a thought. Oh. Okay. Seems like I got a free life there. How do you feel about Polnareff as a character? I thought he was fun. I like him. He's one of the more enjoyable protagonists, I'll say. And I love his interactions with Kakyoin, especially the secret handshake thing that they did. Errors occurred. What do you mean an error has occurred? What? There's no problem with controller.
This isn't really happening!
What the fuck? What the hell was that? Here, I'm gonna save here. Well, the thing is, I imagine like Estri's main weapons to be like crowbars and Native American clubs, and as a jester, the acrobatic side of things would be fun for close-up movement. I've looked at Def Jam Vendetta and Fight for New York for move ideas. That's one of the sanity effects? Really? Really? One of the sanity effects is to trick you into thinking your controller doesn't work? Okay. Alright. I like the concept. You know, I don't know how I feel about that, actually. I feel like as a horror concept, it's not bad. But I feel like it kind of breaks the fourth wall a little much, so it kind of takes me out of the atmosphere. I don't know. That one sits weird with me. I guess I'll leave it at that. But this guy up and moving around now? Nope, he's dead. Oh, right, we have that key now. Let's save here. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of BS like that. All right. I can live with that. Boop, boop, boop.
You are a fool for trying to save him, Anthony. His fate was decided many centuries ago, as is the fate of this world. Despite your faith, there is little to save you from the power of Xelazar.
I'm sorry. That was really funny. I don't know if that was meant to be, but it was pretty fucking funny. Yo. Oh, God. It was gonna be worse sanity effects before Nintendo stopped it, like Silicon Knights wanted one where they could make you think that the memory card was now corrupted, but Nintendo thought people would break their card trying to fix it. You know, that's okay. To be fair, I think that's a fair concern. I think that's a fair concern. The controller thing is already kind of iffy. I can understand that. I told you this game was part goofy, dude. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh my god, you know what we need to make now? We need to make, when he goes like, bleh, when that starts, just cut to Kakyoin getting, like, donutted across the fucking city. Kakyoin! I feel like that could work. I feel like I can make that work. I'm guessing I'm the one who made the Psycho Mantis comparison. Oh no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It's a little meta. Okay, so what are we dealing with now? So we have the broken key. There's a spell we can learn to fix it, but do we have said spell? I don't believe we do. Oh, we do. Oh, so anything they learn, I learn. So I can just... Okay. Okay. Cool. But that means we can also... Cool. Apologies for repeating, but as I'm writing this, I realize I could perhaps make it a stance system like in Devil May Cry 3. You choose what style you want and utilize for a specific section. Not a definitive solution, but talking with you guys gives me ideas. I would say make it closer to Devil May Cry 4 or 5. I think they still did it in 5, where you can use the D-pad to switch between the styles. Just so you can do it in real time and get some fun combos out of that instead of having to pick one for the entire level. I think that'd be better received, especially if you have to level up individual things. Oh. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good spookies. The D-pad, eh? That'd give that part of the controller some reason to exist. Very true. Hello? Oh, it's just whatever door I'm... Okay. And the walls will ooze red slime! Wait, they've always done that. I like it. I like the subtle changes happening. Wait, but do I go... Okay, guys, are we doing the sword door first, or are we doing the key door first? Please let me know. I don't imagine the battle roughs to really be getting leveled up, but I do see it as a max of 5 that can be obtained during the game, starting out with 1, ending with 3, but 2 more optional and hidden rewards. So very Devil May Cry 3 in that instance. So the extra 2 would be like the Doppelganger and Quicksilver of styles. Doppelganger, by the way, you can play with a second player if you use that. I think the sword door just unlocks goodies. Oh, well, in that case, knowing that, I definitely want to do the sword door. Combine the blade and key to make fucking Kingdom Hearts bullshit. I love it. And a plaque that reads, "Here lies poor old Jack." Oh. Okay, so we need a different enchantment. Understood. Alright, so it does have to be color-coded to that specific thing. I was wondering about that. Alright. Let's use the key. I mean, like, you start with 1 battle rough as a weapon, but as the story progresses, you obtain 2 more to use alongside the first one. But if you explore and find the others, you can use 5 battle rough at once. Oh, damn. I gotta say, mechanically, that would be a little difficult to figure out. From a programming perspective. Seems like that'd be a little difficult to set up. But if you have an idea in mind, it'd be interesting to see that in practice. A musty aroma hangs in the air, and a layer of fine dust lies on all surfaces of the room. It seems as if no one has been here for a long time. It's almost like a museum. It's exactly like a museum! Yo, American flag, no stripes! Oh. 38 revolver ammunition. I mean, as much as I love the sword. Yo, why did she seem like a better fighter, too? What the hell? Alright. Benjamin Franklin! But with a beard. Okay. I'm just gonna check all the doors. It's too dark in here to do anything. Perhaps the circuit has been broken. Okay. Alright, so we need a light for that one. Well, there's definitely a door there. The wallpaper in this section of the hallway is oddly marred, as though the wall sits... It's not even. Okay. Now that's some Crusaders of Might and Magic shit. Can I take this bird? Do I just have to, like... Okay, maybe it's not something you cut through. Just gonna save. Because that doesn't look friendly at all. Alright, how you doing, friend? Wha-bam! Ow! Okay, can't break, gotcha. Let's go back to a time when I had more health. The darkness comes! It just comes! Sounds like a very insensitive porn title. Oh no, I meant like, okay, so there's that. So now you can do something like set 2 trampoline traps while restraining 1 enemy to keep 2 battle roughs as wheels to use against enemies. Yeah, it's a big worry about the programming. I still think it'd be a good team would be needed to pull it off, not just on the weapon side, but also the enemy level design. You know? So with that in mind, it almost sounds like a mix of like Devil May Cry 4 or 5 with Dante's setup, mixed with what was that horror game? Trapped, T-R-A-P-T, with their trap system. Kind of sounds like a mix of those, and I'm alright with that. That sounds pretty fun, actually. It's a painting. It sucks. Also, why am I just Nina from Tekken? Why am I'm just now... Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that then. That's fine. Ooh, I like that one. I've yet to try any DMC game. I've heard about Trapped. It had a sequel, right? Maybe? I'm not entirely sure. Alright, more ammo, always good. So I'm thinking, hold up. Why does it look vaguely like Chris Ray Gun on the left? Like, it looks like Chris Ray Gun doing a Quasimodo pose or something. Just like, hold up. Give me a second, because not all of you are as terminally online as I am. Oh, shit, sorry. Okay, so let me save image. I wish I knew a faster way to do this. I'm bad at this. It's gonna save it as Chris. Sorry. I just need to put these things next to each other, if only for my own sake. Yeah, whisper, whisper, something about the undead. And so... You see what I mean? Like, it kind of looks like him in, like, an old school painted, like, slightly distorted style. Oh, they're having a good time. Ooh, triangle. One of the drawers in the dresser, curiously, has no keyhole, and in its place is a small triangular design flanked by a magical symbol. Oh, I've tried stabbing it. I don't know what else I can do. What do we have? Triangle. So what's the spell? What's the symbol of the spell that we have? Like, would an enchanted sword break that, or do I need a specific item? Well, I feel like it's worth a shot, right? Yo. Dope. Okay, so that does nothing. Gotcha. Now I know. Wait, that's the door I used to get in. So what's the other door do? Yo, what's the other door doing? Ah, I see. The squirt locker. Found a page of the Journal of Maximilian Roivas.
Roivas?
Oh, fuck me. Jesus. Let's do it again. You stop that. Yeah, I'm just gonna use this unrelated. Like, that looked janky as hell, but holy shit. It was still pretty good. That's the only jump scare in this game, to my knowledge. Only intended one, at least. Yes, one of only 2 times a game ever made me scream. I can see why. Like, that's pretty off-putting, man. Alright, let's take a look at our inventory here. Oh, wait, no. Don't enchant. Don't enchant. Check. Let's see. This page is from Maximilian Roivas' journal. It reads, "Everything that brightened my life, now engulfed in now engulfed me in darkness. I fed on the light of truth, yet starved on the shadows of lies. I have learned through my lifetime, but no less than a newborn baby. Okay. Sucks. Bro, could you... Oh, it is the sword. Okay. Serene planning. Okay, whatever. I control the storms! Okay. I feel like these statues have something to do. But... it's too dark, but I can see! Okay, so that room's too dark because a breaker went out, I guess. So I guess we need, like, either a torch or a way to fix that. Let's see. Is there anything else? Anything else we should be paying attention to here? Because we checked here. You know... Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna leave you alone to jack off in the kitchen, I guess. Inox and I will answer. The horror element is improving. I will say, this is spooky. But will I have trouble sleeping? That's the question. That's how you know a game did its job. Thanks for taking the time to read through that all, and for the suggestions and ideas, man. Helped quite a bit, I think. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I like helping out with that stuff if I can. Not exactly like an expert on the subject or anything, but I can throw around some references and ideas. Alright, is there more? Okay, there's the hang dude. Okay. Someone's walking around somewhere. Like, did I miss something in here? What am I looking for? It's like, what do we have even? We've got... Can I just, like, break this? No. What's this key for? Why? Why was I born stupid? Oh. Really? How do I open this dresser? I wonder. Is it the dresser key? I know it said it didn't have a keyhole, but I'm pretty sure you can just hold it up to it and be like, ah, dresser open, whatever. You know what some of this reminds me of? Silent Hill 4. How the safe room changes slowly throughout the game and becomes infinitely less safe. Stop looking at me, you fucking Kaiser. Alright, let's do this. Let's use the key. Alex searches the drawer for some means of unlocking it, but can find none. However, the key is definitely a dresser key. So it's the key to a dresser. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let me take a look at this real quick. If it's alright to ask, how would you say DMC 3, 4, and 5 differ from each other? I know 3 has like a stance system where you can choose a way of fighting for an entire segment. 4 has Dante and Nero as separate characters with their own weapon selection, and 5 just has different characters with each style altogether. But I think there might be more to it. You mean as far as like combat mechanics and stuff? I mean, as far as that goes, you pretty much, I mean, it's, you can go, guess I would need something more specific, but, to look for. But as far as combat goes, generally that's pretty much the idea. I'll say that a big difference in 3 and 4 and 5 would be that Dante's ability to use like Swordmaster, Trickster, Gunslinger, and Royal Guard. In 4 and 5, in real time, you can switch between those, which opened up a lot in terms of combat. Nero's abilities switched from 4 and 5. In 4, he had a demon arm. In 5, he has his arm ripped off. And so you can use like a bunch of different mechanical arms that break after use. Forgot to say that DMC3 also has secondary weapons like Agni and Rudra. They seem fun. They are very fun. I love Agni and Rudra. Them and Cerberus were the best, I would say. Though Beowulf had his place. Nevin, while cool, not very useful. I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb, but I could never find use for that. There's a tiny Metroidvania element to the part of this game. Oh, to this part of the game, where you put the doll in the storage box? Oh, that from Silent Hill 4. Yeah. Stuff like that, and it just naturally becomes more haunted as you go. I like the dude crawling out of the wall. That's my personal favorite. That's what kept me up at night as a kid playing that for the first time. Damn. Alright, so it's none of this. Wait, this is the one that's too dark. And then nothing. Because we can't open that yet. So, what in the hell? Are we just not gonna acknowledge that at all? Those aren't dressers. Anyone know what I'm supposed to do here? Because I'm very lost. I think it was back in the bedroom. Was there another dresser? Because I tried it on that and it didn't do anything. Maybe the other side? It's not this, because this isn't a dresser. Doesn't seem like I can interact with anything there. That's a painting. Painting. Nothing to do with the bed. You have to get the reveal invisible spell first? How in the hell do I find that? Wait, where's the button? There it is. Well, I've only got the 3, so I just end up making the same thing. It's in the next chapter. So what do I do now? Because I don't really have a clue other than a dresser key. And none of the dressers seem to need keys. Still looking for something to use this dresser key on, I guess. Can I just leave? Is there anything on this floor? You gotta read the next chapter? But I don't have any more chapters. Unless there's just more in here that I didn't see? Like... Did you look at the blueprint? What blueprint? I don't think I've seen any blueprint. It's the part I hate about games like these. There's always that one point where I just don't know what I'm looking for. So I just gotta click on everything. Like, we just finished seeing Anthony and his story. We're right after that. I would think it would have something to do with whatever we just got. You know what I mean? Like, I've got the enchanted sword, wielded by a foolish samurai warrior. But, look under the Napoleon painting in the gun room. Gun room. Is this the gun room? Also, there's a gun room? But yeah, so we just used the spell to get the key fixed. So I would imagine it would have to be something upstairs, right? Huge gun cabinet. Let me see. I probably just didn't recognize it as a gun cabinet. So let me see. It's on the second floor. Okay. Alright. So it's not that. That's the Chris Ray gun painting. It's not that. I love how habitual I am that I'm like opening these doors in the same sequence every time. All right, so under Napoleon painting. Oh, I see it. The gift of forever. It's only forever. Oh, that's what you meant by gun cabinet. There we go. Can I break this open? I would like a gun. Wait, that looks like a glowy thing. Oh, no, it's a phone. Oh my god.
Dreams. Modern psychology offers only unproven theories. Some see them as the meaningless tossing and turning of a brain settling into a restful sleep. Others see them as laden with symbols of our unconscious desires. To still others, dreams represent the upwelling of the archetypes, normally hidden deep within the recesses of the human collective unconscious.
Thanks, Tom.
One thing I am certain. After a brush with the ancients, our dreams metamorphosize into nightmares.
I have implored you for years, yet you ignore all my advances. You dominate my dreams, and I can think of nothing else. I fear I desire you many 100 times more than you love me.
My life has become a waking dream.
I only date Sigma males.
For weeks, I have dreamed of an ancient treasure, so precious that it changes all life around it. It must be mine, Karim. If you truly desire me, as you say, then you will find this for me. Bring this treasure to me, and I will be yours. Both of our dreams.
Am I bad at perceiving, like, perspective, or is this bitch huge?
I need nothing more than you. You have enthralled me to the point where I can think of nothing else. Promise, if I leave, you will not forget about me.
You need not worry. I desire nothing more than the treasure that you seek. Leave now, Karim, and I shall await you.
Yes, she is. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll just step in the middle of the laser field. That'll be fine. What if it zapped him and then you heard the voice, "Don't step into the..." Oh, god damn it. Yo, we got a fucking scimitar going right now? Is that what that is? Tulwar. Oh. Well. This place look familiar? A little bit. Okay, so let me read through these real quick. That's interesting to learn about. Thanks for answering, dude. The arm-breaking thing reminds me of Prince of Persia Warrior Within, where you have more combo abilities with a second weapon, but that second weapon can break, so you have to find a new one. Yeah, it's pretty much that. This is one of the lesser chapters to me. Okay. Fun fact about the chapter, you were supposed to play as a crusader during one of the Crusades for Jerusalem, but 9/11 happened, so Silicon changed it so terrorists wouldn't try to attack them, hence why it has been an aesthetic in the Middle East. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. That's not a Tulwar. Tulwars are thinner bladed, longer, and more curved. You see, that's why I said scimitar first, because that looks... I mean, it's not exact, but it looks closer to a scimitar. Doesn't it? It's got a little more of that more subtle curve, I guess. With a pretty wide blade. What do you think of the Sands of Time trilogy combat? I've never played a single game. I wouldn't know. Alright, let's climb down without thinking about it. I'm sure it will be fine. Karim cannot cast spells without the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Gotcha. Oh! It's this spot. Alright, so she's been here. He's been here. And Anthony's been here. I thought he and she were later in time, though. Well. Welcome to our scream room. It's difficult to hear you, but I assume you're glad to be here. Give me that tone. Get in the tone. AutoZone. Cue the Agrabah fight music from Kingdom Hearts 1. You're a lot less confident with the blade, I must say. Stabbies. Though I guess this is like a slicing, chopping kind of sword. A man's corpse lies fallen. Wounds cover the exposed flesh of his body, where his armor has failed. Alright, well, we got the book. What else are we doing? Fire. Axe? No. Table. Not entirely sure what you want me to do here, buddy. That guy's fine, I guess. What do I have in my inventory? I got chakrams? I'm sorry. We have fucking chakrams in this game? A chakram was a favored throwing weapon through Central Asia in medieval times. A balanced ring of metal, sometimes beautifully decorated, it would be hurled at an attacker. Heavy chakrams could sever limbs or heads. However, they were not designed to return to the thrower. Cool. It's quite impressive that this game even knows about these weapons. Wait, they have descriptions? They do. Alright, guess I'll go back to... Oh, it's one of these. Gotcha. It's one of them there douchebag moves. Alright, that was a little better. Never mind. You're down to clown with the blade. Breaky, breaky. See, a statuette vaguely resembling a man stands atop a pedestal. So, before I go Indiana Jonesing... Oh, well, let's play it dangerous then. I found a statuette. And down he goes. Of the Tulwar and Ramdao too, if you get it. Oh yeah, sure thing. Oh, this guy's got a magic thing. Nice. You found a magical room. I love that little sitar flourish that plays. Alright, let's see. So for the Tulwar, the Tulwar is a curved blade with a heavy chopping edge. Most Tulwars had a circular hilt and pommel, making them easier to recognize. I'm gonna look I'm gonna look up a Tulwar, because that doesn't seem quite right to me, but I'm no expert. Yeah, that doesn't look like a Tulwar at all. Like, at all. Okay, so let me look up... Looks closer to, like, maybe some kind of falchion or a scimitar. Scimitar would even be a stretch, honestly, looking at real-world examples. Well, no, there are some. There are some that look a little closer to that. It's more like a thick machete. Yeah, somewhere between a scimitar and a machete. Doesn't seem like it's perfectly either, I guess. Let's see, I was thinking it was a kukri, but the way I was seeing the angles is wrong. Oh. Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird. Alright, well. Onwards to adventure. Oh, thanks for the heads up, Tom. Okay. Save? Will do. So do I place a statuette here? Okay, it's another one of these. Alright. Multiple ladders, too. Okay. Give me the torch. Thank you, sir. That's my name. Well, well, if it ain't the asshole patrol, come to patrol my ass. Please, Kareem, more spinning motions. You are completely surrounded. That is what they are for. Create space. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but no one wants to be hit by a sword. This is why we do spin moves. He's beating my butt! Don't beat my butt! He's breaking my butt! I miss Trevor more. Yeah, give me that thing. I gotta say, I'm still pleasantly surprised by this game. This is really nice. Have you ever seen an Aquafina? That sounds like a butchered Japanese pronunciation of Aquafina. Let me see. Aquafina. Ooh. Ornate. Very fancy looking. I like that. And you're right, that is actually a little closer to the weapon we're using here. Not exact, but it's close. I can see why you thought that at first, at the very least. Very cool. Yeah, that's what this Tulwar's reminded me of. I could see that. He did teach a whale to jump out of its tail. He did. He did. It was like one of the main tourist attractions of Wahale World in Mexico. An American boy went down there and taught a whale to jump out of his tail. Crazy shit. Oh, these fuckers. You don't see me. You don't see me. So do I kill these things or do I just go? Oh, a shrine has risen from the floor, exposing what appears to be a lifting mechanism. Should Kareem use the device to descend? Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm sure he's fine. Hey, this guy's got a sword. Let's see, a man lies dead, anointed in blood from the ravages of a Tulwar sword. The wounds, deep and numerous, seep fresh blood, precise yet powerful. The result of a man's actions, not a monster's. Should Kareem retrieve the Tulwar? Sure. Oh, we can do 2? Oh, hell yeah! Yo! We're gonna Zuko this shit. Hello, friend. Oh my god, Kareem kicks ass. Ooh, I don't like the looks of this one. No, die, get out of it, get out of here. I don't care for you. Yo! Oh my god, Kareem kicks ass. Axel from Cage 2. 2. Oh, my sanity is not doing terrific. Oh! Get off me! You Scyther-looking ass. See, this skinny little dude reminds me of Alone in the Dark enemies. The Flare. Another dead man. Who were these men whose corpses litter the dungeon? Unwary soldiers who stumbled inside? Or grave robbers looking to plunder it? A crumpled scroll lies under the dead man's curled fingers. Gimme. Recover spell? Okay. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna learn how to do this lock now. But, let's take a look at that spell. After saving, of course. We're being a responsible Jeff today. Oh, come to think of it, the way Axel uses his wind and fire wheels gives a bit of inspiration for the battle roughs and how they will be used, though the roughs are more grounded. Okay. They're close to a Lovecraftian creature called a Shambler. Okay, so let's take a look at our spell list here. We've got Recover. Tattered Scroll, it reads, this spell enables the transfer of magical power from the environment into the self. Restoration of the body, spirit, and mind is the spell's purpose. Now, what would be an interesting mechanic to this, since the description says it pulls from the energy around you, if you were in like a very like a cursed crypt or something, and you use this spell and it tried to pull the energy from around you, wouldn't it be interesting if in areas like that it actually did damage to you? Because you're pulling in like death, essentially. That would be an interesting mechanic, I feel. Not one people would enjoy. But imagine if you had that, you'd have to have like fairly frequent healing items as well. unlock button. Sit down. And away you go from the mortal coil. I'd agree that'd be cool, right? Probably a bitch to program, but you know. Guess you could just have it check for, are you in X area? Guess that'd be simple enough, maybe. I'm sorry, a coruscating barrier. That's a new one. Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm learning things today, and learning things makes Jeff happy. Coruscating. Let's see, coruscating. To emit vivid flashes of light, sparkle. Ooh. Oh, that explains the naming of Coruscant in Star Wars, because it's a city planet. All the lights. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, I tried. Big boy. Who's a big man? Oh, that's cool. All right, see, stuff like that I like. That fucked me up a little bit. Oh, you're a mana drainer. All right. What a very uncool move. I may as well just tank it at this point. There we go. That crying sound effect, that was in Legacy of Kain Defiance in the Underworld. It's this one exactly. A stone tablet lies amidst the dust on the plinth. Magical Codex. Should probably heal a little bit, huh? What runes do we have? Alright, we just need the thing for that. Heal, and I did. Oh wow, this does not heal much at all, does it? Let's see. Like I know in Kingdom Hearts 3, Axel can use his move where his Keyblade turns back into the wind and fire wheels, in which he throws the wheels vertically forwards a few times, after which it returns to his hand. And in that combo, he always has one of the wheels striking his enemy while the other is in his hands. Huh. Yeah, I seem to recall that. God, Kareem is just badass. I love him. I sure hope nothing bad happens to Kareem. He has a basketball career to think about. And also an appearance in several Kung Fu movies. Which is why I confused and thought he was a martial artist, not a basketball player.
My dear Alex, I will always be at your side. There are times when insanity takes hold, and nothing seems right.
You must go to the Dagobah system.
During those times,
there you will learn from a master, Yoda.
Fear not, for I will keep the darkness away.
This isn't really happening.
No, it is not. Look, lady, we're all in places in our lives where we're not super comfortable. You ain't gotta be bitching about it. See, recover spell. Hooray. I've just discovered. Okay, so let's set up our quick spell. Let's make. Wait, how do I do it? New spell. Spell list. Ah, here we go. Recover. Assign. Sure. Assign it to Y. Wait, no, that's the other one. Wait, what? Why isn't it? Man. Recover. Assign. Yes. Sure. Y. And we're done? Like, is it assigned? Oh, wait. Oh, it recovers mana. But it uses as much as it takes. What? Okay, I'm gonna need better explanation on how the hell that works. Oh boy, another sword. Will I hold this one in my teeth like a total weeb? A large Ramdao broadsword protrudes from a solid pedestal made of stone. It awaits its next owner. Of course he should. That thing looks cool. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a health drain? Alright, so let's look at that new check. Ramdal's broadsword, typified by its long, broad blade and heavy cutting edge. A formidable weapon, it enables its user to strike at many enemies at once and still keep a distance. With a sweep, Kareem can knock down enemies and can cause extreme damage with an overhead attack. I mean, let's give it a shot. As much as I love the dual blade. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. This is fun. Big on thought. Oh, multiple enemies. What am I gonna do? Big on. Yo, this sword kicks ass. Makes me want to merge without looking. I'm just all about the memes today. Oh, boy. It's a bunch of dead bitches, I tell you what. Round 2. Fight. Well, I think I found my new favorite. So I think combat-wise, can we all agree that Kareem is the best so far? Oh, come on now. Now you're just being silly. I recommend looking up pictures of a Ramdao. Sure, or Ramdao, I guess. large boy. Wander aimlessly while I take care of your friends. Oh wait, I can kill you now. Magical rune. So does anyone have an answer as to why sometimes it's spelled with a K and sometimes just with a C? I was never clear on that. Is it a regional thing? Is it actually a different word? Everyone loves Kareem's gameplay. I have yet to find someone who doesn't. I mean, I can see why. It's fun. Hey, that better not have cost me one of my charges. Thank you. Why is what spelled differently? Magic. Sometimes it's with a C, sometimes it's with a CK, sometimes with just a K, I've seen. Okay. So let's save. And let us look up a Ramdao. Yo! Okay, so it's essentially the Urukai machete. A lot cooler looking though. Some of these designs are metal as hell. For those looking at home, it's a bit of a pain in the ass for me to bring up the images on stream. I'm not quite that quick on the draw, as you saw with the Chris Ray Gun joke. Definitely look up Ramdao. R-A-M-D-A-O. It is so fucking cool. Very intricate looking. Very intricate looking. I like that a lot. But how does it compare to our friend's weapon here? Let's see. Yeah, you know, it's close enough to some of the designs I was seeing. It's, I don't know, it's close enough. I'll give that one a slight pass. They were mostly used for ritual sacrificial decapitation of cows, I think. So definitely not an Indian weapon. You get 4 classes of spells and neutral. Okay, so red is damage and health, blue is magics, green is sanity, purple special, and yellow neutral. Okay. Good to know. Oh. I think we still got the Crawley boys wandering about. Oh wait, we just got a new thing, didn't we? We've only got 2. Okay. Oh no, we're good. Wasn't there another one of those barriers earlier? Metallic black that replaces a lock. A colored sigil is engraved. I know it's probably not going to work. Just pushbacks if the magical blade does not fit the lock. Gotcha. Whoa. Whoa. I'm sorry. Okay. Yo, these sanity effects are pretty funny, actually. They're pretty cool. I like them. Enchant it with the green apple Gatorade. I don't think I have the green apple Gatorade. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, I just have the regular enchant item. I don't have the Whatever makes the green stuff. I think I need something else for that. Like, wasn't there another yellow barrier somewhere? Maybe it's where I get the third sigil that I need. Give me a second. I need to figure out what I'm doing. We have a map, don't we? Is anything actually indicated on the map, or is it just... So that's the section we're in. Okay. Have another look around. Nothing here. I'm just eliminating some backtracking, I guess. For a while, I confused the name with Korra swords, which are very top-heavy. Those swords, I believe, were like a precursor to Kurakaris. Which were lighter and more easy to carry, but no less lethal. Core swords became more status symbols and ceremonial afterwards. Gotcha. Hey, some neat shit. I do like me some melee weapons. Definitely prefer bludgeons, though. Bludgeons, stabs. Spears can be pretty cool. They are like, you know, the most... probably the simplest and most used weapon in history. Well, simplest that isn't a literal stick. There's a door up here. Is this where I was before? What else can be done? Enchanted with the blue, but that didn't work on the lock before. Why would it work now? That'd be a little weird. I feel like I missed something entirely. Okay, in here, done that. What the hell am I doing? So I guess I can try it, but... Yeah, it doesn't match. So the blue thing doesn't work. Let me go through here. Let's see. See, sanity is most of the game to me. It can be annoying sometimes, but I still love it. I always try to stay low on sanity for them. Might need a rune for it. I do. Also, to get back to the magic thing, I came across the term when reading up on demonology and stuff too, but I don't know the exact differences until Gage came along and explained it up above. Oh, he did. Magic, I think, is a naming convention invented by... Oh, Aleister Crowley. Okay. An actual warlock and esoteric community. He spelled it magic to separate it from regular street magicians or performers. Ah, okay. That would make sense. That doesn't explain like several questions about Crowley though. Like, you know, what went on in his head? Did he speak with the dead? You know what I mean? Ozzy has asked these questions. I have yet to hear them answered. What the hell am I doing? If anyone has knowledge of what I should be doing, it would be greatly appreciated if you could share it with me. Heh, penis. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, it does nothing. Why can't you perform an enchantment with the green rune? I don't know, I guess? Item. Object absorb. Wait, you can now? What? I think that's it. The green rune of Zelith aligns with the rune of the door, so if you... Oh! Oh, I see! I see, I see. So it'd be that. Oh! I didn't know that's how it worked. I didn't know that's how it worked. Okay. So is that door this way? Yeah. Okay, so... Whoa! Yo, what the fuck? Bro! Just gotta... Well... Oh, so you hear the different voice, too. I like that. Okay, I had no idea I could do that. My bad. Jeff must be feeling like when he learned how the magic in Nightcaster functions. Yeah. So the first time I saw the sanity effect, it freaked me the fuck out, and I shut the game off. It's pretty fucking sweet. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's a fun little thing. All right. Okay, so, all right. So let me play with that a little more. So if we go to the spell list, recover. Oh, okay. So that's why it was like, why is this spell so fucking useless? Okay, so if we do that, put it on there. then I should recover. Whoops. Ah, okay, okay. There's one where your head comes off and starts reciting Shakespeare. Oh, cool, cool. All right, this is pretty sweet, actually. That's a fun little magic system. Took me a minute, but thanks for the help, y'all. Oh, wait, so are you guys getting off on that? Is that what's going on here? Spell list, chant item. Alright, you know what? It'd probably be quicker if I just kind of... If I, like, equip these. Oh! Oh! Okay! Okay. So let's do our best to avoid these guys. Now, if Aladdin has taught me anything, taking that means everything will be absolutely fine. Anything else? No? Okay, then I will be on my way to the place where statues need to be placed, I guess. See y'all later. Climb over the rubble? Oh, sure. Why not? Oh, large friend. Hello. Please die. Thank you. Finish him. Lorgan Frundle. Well, as fun as that was. Really wishing I had a red rune right now. Hand. A blasphemous sculpture made from a human skin and bone. A trestle of bones cradled within this shrine. Like a nightmarish bookstand beckoning to be used. Okay. So I guess we'll just pop the book up on there. Okay. Is this a low sanity thing, or is the game breaking? Oh, you just legit can't do anything until you pick it up. Gotcha. Oh! I would like to hit you all at once again. Please, I need this. Well, I guess we're gonna see some shit today. Get off of me. No, please, there's not enough of you guys. Oh, that was a mistake. I could really use a health talisman right about now. Oh, come on. So what happens when you die? Kareem has perished at the hands of the eternal darkness. With no one to stop their diabolical plans, humanity will surely be annihilated. Well, damn. They don't stop? Well, damn. Wish I had known that. Last save point. Okay. Oh, my neck. Ooh. I should probably scoot in a little closer so I'm not hunching as much. Skull with the fleshy eyes makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, I can see that. It's pretty spoopy. All right. Get this back up. Oh yeah, I guess it was going backwards anyway. Oh. Okay. But I can't use that right now? Okay. Yeah, it's the room where you pick the thing. But what am I to do? Are there things I can light? Doesn't seem like it. I feel like they do stop eventually. I certainly hope so. You need to break the barrier. Oh, so I gotta knock them down long enough that I can cast. Gotcha. Okay. So what I need to do is spell list, enchant item, assign to this. Yes. And then
Enter by Seldon.
That didn't seem to have the desired effect. Try enchanting with blue? I mean, I guess. Enchant item. Let's see, assign to blue. Yes. Oh wait, he's dead, right? Ooh, that could have been a costly mistake. What? But I had health. Not a lot, but it was there. So what the fuck? The sanity was empty, I believe. Oh, that kills you too? Oh, shit. Oh, that's right, because it slowly drains your health after you go crazy. Okay. That's right, that's right. I completely forgot about that. I'll try breaking the barrier with the blue sword, but if not, yeah, I think it might be a case of just kill them all. Kill them all and let God sort them out. Alright, spell list. This one, assign it to blue. It's already there. Cool. So let's...
Enter Macklemore.
Enter Macklemore, I agree. Can we do the savey saves? Yeah, that just hurts. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's get him far away from there at the very least. There we go. It's not a bad rhythm, but I'm still losing here. Guess I could use the recover spell as well. Give me a second. Ah, come on. Don't touch wall. Oh, I've noticed. Oh, why are you guys so fast? You're shamblers. I mean, technically the other guys are shamblers, but you know what I mean. Also, welcome to the stream, friend. It's my first time playing this game. So far, I'm liking it. Don't touch wall. Touch grass instead. I suppose that would be good for our mental health, now wouldn't it? Would y'all please just stay down? Begging you. Oh. I don't think it's gonna go off. Yep. Alright. It wouldn't be so bad if the hallway wasn't so damn narrow. Yeah, Kareem died and everything sucked. The end. Oh boy. Happy Halloween, everyone. Whew. Also, I just noticed your name is Woo Ric Flair shit. Nice. Oh wait, darkness comes.
I have come.
How have I not used that button yet? Alright, so we've got recover set to sanity. We've got boys. I want to bring them in here. Just get as much sanity as I can from kills. So is this really just a kill everyone kind of deal? Because if not, I would like to know what to actually do here. It is? Damn. Come on, come on, come on. Give me that sanity. I feel like that didn't go off. It did not. Maybe I moved too soon. Okay, that worked that time. Unenchant? How do I... Unenchant? Wait, how do you, like, de-enchant something? Just use green? It's gonna cause more cast time. And aren't these guys green? Why would I use green on green? I'm gonna switch to these for a while. Switch back. First. Blue is weak on green. Green doesn't do much to green, but blue is weak to green. So are they doing more damage to me then, or? Because either way, I'm taking them out in 2 hits. Well, 3 technically, if you count the finisher, but... Oh, and the big boy, of course. Oh, I don't have enough health to deal with this jackass. How the hell am I supposed to go through this? I won't have nearly enough health. This guy is such like a life sapper. Game needs a few more healing items, I feel. Chakrams? Oh, yeah, I could use ranged. Good idea. How are they undamaged, though? I actually haven't used them yet. I guess we'll find out. Alright, so definitely save them for the final guy. As much as I want to use them on the others. Alright, so right at the beginning, let us switch to... Let's see. Let's enchant it green then, if it's doing less damage. Oh, here it is. Okay, quick spell, runes, spell list, enchant item. Assign to green. Boop. Oh, dude, don't worry about backseating. That's more than fine. I would rather be backseated than spend like forever in this area. You know what I mean? Awesome to see you enjoy this game so much. Wish you all well and a good new week. Hey, have a good one, man. Thanks for coming and get some rest. I'll save here now. Okay. Curiosity. I should also recover before I start. I didn't realize I was starting with low. Possible. Just let them be funneled. See, now it's taking more hits, I guess? Now it'll run out eventually, I guess. Whatever. Let's get all the way back here. Ooh, might be just enough time. Just enough. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. sanity. I was not expecting like complex battle puzzles, so I guess I'm happy. This is cool. I like it. It's unexpected. Oh, for the love of God, really? I can't do anything about my sanity now. What the hell? All right. Maybe. Ugh. Okay, switch to those. Move. I can't even tell if they're hitting. Oh. Oh, come on. God, it would have been easier if her sword didn't catch on things. Alright, load game. It's like one of the hardest things in the game. Well, damn. Must be. If you aim and tilt up on the stick, it won't catch on the walls. Oh, because it's an overhead strike. Gotcha. I kind of miss out on the sweeping motion, though. Yeah, because you don't have a red one yet? Yeah, that'd be nice. The issue is more the health than the sanity, to be perfectly honest. Oh, it kills them pretty quick, though. Alright, I didn't realize that did that much damage. This will be much easier. He says, dooming himself. Okay, get those. Do the stabbies, save the mana. Also aim at the giant horror. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's right, because that one explodes out. Come, really? Come on. No, 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 don't do that, don't do that. Jesus, I didn't press B, come on. I think you can chop his heads off. I didn't even recognize them as heads. Dude is gross looking. Hardest part of the game, huh? That does not surprise me. When you see the meter recovering sanity, you can move. So I guess it literally means while the incantation is going, you can't move. It's not like a drag after that. All right, I'm going to try to get through this, and we'll probably call it a night soon after, just because I foresee this taking another few minutes. Okay. So we know what we're doing now. On the plus side, we're getting very well acquainted with the combat system. Oh, these guys don't have to aim. They're dumb. Yeah. Smack him. Alright, so as long as I can get the flow down for most of this, should be okay. I want to keep at least some distance away from the wall. Okay, we got this. Think we might continue this? Oh, I'm definitely continuing this. This is really cool. It is very rare that someone introduces me to a horror game that I like. So I am seeing this through. Oh. Does so much damage. Okay, switch. How am I supposed to dodge it? I literally couldn't do anything. Like, what am I supposed to do? Because if he fires something, I'm just doomed to get hit by it. Like, if he misses, apparently it just, like, zoops over and hits you. Is there another way we can be getting health in this level? 'Cause I feel like starting with a higher health bar would be beneficial. Also, yeah, it's not full, is it? It is not. Yeah, I can do that. Check. That's something I can use, is it? No. Damn. Oh, that's right. These guys go down in one hit, so it doesn't matter. Glad to see we can finally coax you into playing this after all these years and see you actually like it, right? It's rare, but it does happen, I guess. Hit. See, I've got this part down pretty well, I think. Let's kill this one before it gets back up. Cool. Okay, that's the exploder.
You're retarded. Life isn't fair, is it?
I see you, Sarah. Oh, no. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. He's just gonna beam me. Literally. Come on. Okay. Now we'll switch to these, I guess, because I can keep my distance. Not that it seems to matter. Oh, come on. Aim up, stupid. Move. And I'm dead. Nothing I can do now. The fuck on. How the hell does anyone get past this? Like, it doesn't seem like the discs are doing anything. So you said something. Oh, so you said something in the past about a set of games. So when you die again, check Discord. Well, I guess that's now. What do we got going here? Spooky. Check your stream. I did a thing while doing another thing. Or do you mean Steam? Because I did see some pop-ups earlier. Received a gift. Oh, shoo! Received 3 items, Dracula 2, Dracula 3, Path of the Dragon, and Dracula Resurrection. Yo, sweet, thank you! Looks like you were visited by the Great Pumpkin. Here's... He wants you to play the Cursed Gems. Best wishes. If you used up all your heals, you may have trapped yourself in a dead game. There's gotta be a way to get through it. But dude, thank you! Artistic bumpkin. Sweet. I guess I'm curious to see if the Steam version of Dracula 3 would work. If it does, I might make that like a donation goal. Yeah, I'm gonna look up. What would I look up for this? Would have been Kareem. Thank you so much, Sarah. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so let's hit pause on that. Okay, Eternal Darkness, Kareem walkthrough. Kareem's stuck. Okay, let's see if it's the same place. Chapter 4, Kareem. Alright, so we'll... Okay, I think this is it. Looks like they chose a different path, though. Wait, what the hell? How are they beating its ass so hard? Wait, so let's see what they're doing. They enchant it with the same... So how do they get through this? They kill all of those. They do the chakrams. Looks like they're pretty much doing the same shit, but they switched to the dual Tulwar. Ah, okay. Ah, that's why he takes so many hits. Okay, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, he doesn't use the chakrams as like as a default weapon. He uses it just to get some initial damage, I guess. I hope they all work. I think I also grabbed 4 and 5. Oh, was that like a separate thing? Hang on. There's the Dracula trilogy. Because I did get 2 pop-ups, but that only covered 1, I think. Hang on. 5 new items. Yeah, let me see. Pending gifts. Ah, there's the pending ones. Jeff, P.S. These ones too. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, I know nothing about 4 and 5 other than apparently they bring Nazis into it. Oh, it sounds like... Ooh. Alright. So let's use the Ramdao for the enemies like normal. Then when we cut through them and the new guy comes out, we'll use the chakrams. Right? Just to get a few initial hits off, and we'll switch to these. Or maybe... Nah, I feel like the Ramdao is the way to go. How much I gotta spend? Well, let's see if it works first before we go setting goals here. Because that game has refused to work any time I have tried it.
I got a bad feeling about this.
So do I. Come on. Nope. Don't lose health with the dumb ones. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so it's a one-hit knockdown, potential for an insta-kill, but you still gotta really be on top of things. Enough for a new PC. Holy shit, no. I am happy with my PC. I have yet to have a problem with mine. As old as it is now. Well, not that old. Why aren't you... Die, Jesus, I've hit you so many times now. Oh, now I'm gonna get hit by this asshole. God, now I have no health. Shit. Alright, load, because I'm not... There's no way. Let's see how much... This was only 5 minutes before, so... Worst comes to worst, I can try that. See if I had any more health. What did I lose my health to? Oh, I lost most of my health to the other big guy. Okay. It's a little too close to the wall. Further down the hall. Okay. Swing. Swing. Go for these guys. Okay. And we'll try to grab at least one of these. Ooh, right in front of me. Ooh. So is this... Oh, wait. So is this a skill game, or is it not taking as much damage as possible? So it's a combination of things. I have a sanity meter, which is the green that you see constantly getting drained. If your sanity meter hits 0, your health slowly drains. So I kind of have to juggle recovering my sanity with killing these guys. This recovers sanity, that little stabby dude there. Kill him quick. Kill him quick. Come on. Oh my god. Run, 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 run. He's gonna kill me instantly. Come on. Do it. Do it. Okay, so I got a little bit there. Seems like these might be the better way to go just because of the speed bonus. Okay. Now I have no time to do anything, but he knocked him out, so that's pretty sweet. God, I'm so scared right now. Okay. Oh. Hit him. Why can't I hit him? Oh, I got 2 out of... Wait, did I get 2 out of 3 or did I get 1 out of 3? I can't even tell. Ah, Lovecraftian, yes. It is, actually. Okay. So I think our best bet is to go back to the earlier save. It's only 5 minutes prior. Hope we have enough health there. Because I think with enough health, I could get through this pretty easy. Man, this is tough. All right. Let's try that one. So where are we in this? Okay. Here's the health. Health is good. Okay. Alright, so it's when I went through there. What all do we have? Looks like we don't have the statue. Okay. We don't have the statue. Wait, no, it would be this way. The statue I got from where again? I would assume up the ladder. Right, because it's in here. Okay, so sneak around these fellas. These kind gentlemen. Lighting go burr. Alright. And let's just run. There we go. Alright. So we got that. Let's save here now. Okay. So if we do this correctly... Oh, right. We can just kind of... Oh, wait. No. I don't have set to green yet. That's right. Okay. Spell list, chant item, assign to green. Up. There we go.
Enter Admiral Zeldon.
Okay, so we do that, right? Then we save. And we go through here. Okay. Target up. Landed me with exactly the same amount of health. Alright, so let's try again. It's like part of me wants to be like, okay, so let's do hit and run, but where he can hit you from is pretty unclear to me. Like sometimes he doesn't even have to aim, and I can't move fast enough to get out of the way most times. See? Like, he just hit you. What's that land me with? Oh, God. I'd like to get a little more than that. Unless I could just run past him? Would that even be feasible? Maybe. But then I'd probably have to come back through here anyway. Ugh. Alright. Let's try enchanting the chakram on this guy. This will give us a good opportunity to practice that at least. Okay, so let's do these. Enchanted, awesome. Equip. Okay. Aim for him. Thank you. Man. Okay, let's keep trying. If we can get this guy down without losing much health, the next part will be incredibly easy by comparison. Just double checking. We don't have any charges on that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Enter Admiral Seldon.
Oh, so you can dodge. Okay, aim this way, please. Okay. Good to know. Oh, please, please, yes! Okay. So you can be a cheap asshole about it. Good, now we know. Finish him off. Oh, that costs one? Oh, that sucks. Okay, we have significantly more health. Ladies and gents, we might actually get through this chapter today. Oh, I am so sorry that I am slow to learn these things. I know it's painful. But alas, we're almost there. Okay. So let's get... How's our sanity look? Could be better. So we'll do this. We'll go in with full sanity. We'll go in with buffed up sword. And it is saving time. Alright, and then we gotta get through this quick. I got a movie to watch with Aiden. It's spooky season, you see, so we're gonna watch Beetlejuice. It's gonna be a good time. Alright, bring it, nerds. Undo all those good things we just did, right? Killed it. Okay, only lost a little. We're good. We're good. Sanity's still doing. Slicey. Slicey. Killy. One up. One up. And 3 down. Start with this guy if we can. Okay, it's all just resource management. We're good. We got this. We have more health to play with, so it's not as dire. Still pretty dire, but not as dire. So I don't get notifications and some fucker didn't let me know he was streaming on Halloween. Bitch, I stream every Sunday. Oh. Well, as long as my sanity went up, I guess. For the love of God, kill him. Come on. Okay. We're still doing well. Still doing well. Does the stompy? We do the runny. Okay. So now, we go back to the chakrams. Even if they don't do as much damage now. More damage I can do from a distance, the better. Does the zappy? I do the runny. Oh! Oh no, it's that asshole. I forgot I hadn't killed you yet. Oh no. No. Oh, that is such horseshit. Oh, come on. Reverse controls. Come on. Hit. God, just hit the goddamn thing. There we go. Thank you. Aim up. Oh my god, did I finally do it? Oh. Oh god. Finally. All that for a tooth? Alright. I'm about to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar someone. Ugh, shaped like a delicate dome. Take the damn thing. Fuck.
Kareem, we we will be together forever.
Chandra?
The Fire Planeswalker?
What happened to you?
Things change, my dear Kareem. But even though my body is ravaged, I await you.
Oh, not yet, it's not.
This to you.
You were gone so long. I gave myself to a nobleman with a jealous mistress.
I guess I was stuck here for a while.
She had me dragged from my bed, and in cruel revenge, flensed with knives. As the last blades were drawn across my body, and my blood cooled upon the floor, she cursed that I would only be with another in death.
So much for thinking only of me. I should never have left.
I have seen my folly, and have already paid dearly. I see so much more now. In death, I know the true value of the artifact which I asked you to find. And it is not for us to possess. If we are to be together again, you must make a sacrifice. Only when that is complete will we be together.
Sacrifice? Why should I do anything for you? You lied to me. Betrayed me. And you really don't look so good anymore.
You must forget the past.
Ouch, dude.
Despite
Lady
who
got
you
attacked
are
with
now,
knives. Chill.
You will also become something more, just as I have. But the sacrifice must be made. We must remain here and guard the artifact. Dark things will come to claim it, and you must be strong to keep it from them. Without your sacrifice, the world will fall into eternal darkness.
She said the thing! She said the thing!
What?
That was a fun sequence of buttons I just pressed. The moon exists. You got a Metroid. A jellyfish tooth. Oh, lordy. Alright. So, I guess before we go, I do want to know the mystery of the knifey door. Let's open the knifey door. And I swear to God, if some plot important bullshit keeps me from the goodies I want to receive, I will riot. Save? I guess. I'm not answering shit. I want my reward. My eternal reward. All right. Okay, spell list. Enchant item. Assign to green. It's already there, because I'm stupid. All right.
Enter by Selton.
Okay, out of curiosity, can I enchant the key? Damn, that'd have been funny. I just realized she actually runs. I love her already. Yeah, plus she looks like Nina from Tekken. And I think that makes everyone happy. Rat friend! Where'd you go, rat friend? No! Aw. I wanted a friend. Let's see. A jar of dirt! And guess what's inside it? Among the pantry contents is a spice jar with a scrap of paper hidden inside. Well, Captain Jack hasn't led me wrong before. Or Samus? I could see that too, actually. Check. Yes, open the jar. Oh, it's the next chapter page. Oh, okay. What? I didn't want to progress. You're a lich girl. I am kind of curious what the other gods are like.
My liege, the future is yours.
It tells you what the spice
is. The light
is.
in the age of darkness has been extinguished. The pillar of flesh has been constructed. The master of chaos, the keeper of the ancients, is long dead. The planets will be in alignment soon. All is prepared for your arrival. I will begin the final incantation that will bring you into our world within days. The next millennium will truly usher in a new age. Your guardians, now prepare the gate!
Neat. Oh, I wanted to keep the spice jar. Rat friend! Oh. Seems like every time I want to see Rat friend, he disappears. Wait. Rat friend. Yeah, I want it. Oh, so he's just gonna be chilling around. I think that's a similar model to the rat they used in Gauntlet. Similar coloring, at least. Yeah, because the Gauntlet ones actually had they actually had legs. But... All right, so. There's no time to be carrying. Man, fuck you. Another thing, Jeff, he would be speaking to a different god with a whole different model and voice actor and everything, depending on which of the three you picked. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. I'm curious what the other ones would be like. Okay, so I'm curious now. I'm gonna go back upstairs. I'll come back for that. I have other things to attend to. I'm gonna check the drawer. I'm gonna answer the phone. We're gonna see what the next chapter is, and then we're gonna call it. Can I open you? Dresser cautiously has no keyhole, and it's placed a small triangular design. It's not worth playing through the game, though. You're better off just looking at the cutscenes. Eh, probably. All right. Can I please? Lame. Okay. So let's check out the phone thing. See what kind of spooky scary is gonna happen. Yeah, I know.
Hello?
Remember me, Alex?
I remember.
Can't be happening!
How's the sanity doing? Still pretty good, actually. Okay, well. Not gonna lie. That was kind of lame. Is this the Krusty Krab? Okay, let's see what the next one is. And then we'll call it.
I will not argue that I was shocked by the sudden mention of one of my ancestors, the distinguished Dr. Maximilian Roivas. It chilled me to my bones. Where had this ancient book come from? How had my ancestor stumbled upon it? I feverishly began to read more, eager to learn his story.
He really does sound like Herzog.
It seems that Maximilian had inherited his father's mansion, just as I had. Alone since the death of his wife, and since his children had their own adult lives, he explored the house to discover his family roots.
It has been 2 weeks since the death of my father. His family come to me to look over the mansion. Now, I am truly alone. Forced to start a new life here in Rhode Island. I intend to make the mansion mine and live in it as my forefathers have, to continue the family tradition. The mansion has its secrets, I'm sure, and in my time here, I have to make them mine.
We're playing a portly old man. I like, oh, this is the dude we saw wandering around earlier. It's that guy. I'll show them what for. Look at him go. Oh, the run. Somebody decided this hairstyle looked good at one point. Yeah, someone made this wig and was like, you know what? Everyone. You get to use black powdered guns this chapter? Oh my god, yes. Gun? This isn't the same actor as Raziel who shows up later? Wait, the actor who voices Raziel shows up later? Sweet! Let's see. Oh, you know what? I got the perfect thing. Hang on. Can we get a tighter angle on our new protagonist?
Looking like a double-wide surprise. God damn.
Okay. I had my fun. Medical journal. Flintlock. Gun? You can gun! Alright. Also, I think the meters look a little different. I could be wrong on that. I do like that they actually have the floaty bubbles. Wide Brit man. Okay. Logan, if this doesn't go well, VOD-wise, I do blame you. Do we still have it? It's not that. Do we still have the song? Oh, I don't think I do. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. Wait, yes we do. Okay, this will be the last thing we do. Look at him go! This is beautiful, man. I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun. Okay, that's enough. I'm sorry. I had to try. Oh my god. I hope I can clip and download that fast enough that Twitch doesn't mute it. Cuz that's gorgeous. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Let's save. Oh, that was great. Art debatable. It is not up for debate, lady. That is art. That is objectively art. Thank you, Logan. Thank you. Objectively art. Okay. Okay. with that, thank you all for suggesting this game. I will be continuing it next stream. I will be keeping the spooky decor for next stream as well. Maybe I'll add something if I think of something. But y'all, thank you for suggesting this. This is amazing. This is amazing. I love this game. Well, everyone, have a good rest of your Halloween. Thank you for joining me tonight. Again, thank you so much for suggesting this. And I will see you guys, schedule permitting, hopefully next Sunday for more Eternal Darkness. This game is awesome. Have a good night, everybody.